تحت رعاية سمو الشيخ منصور بن زايد آل نهيان، نائب رئيس الدولة، نائب رئيس مجلس الوزراء، رئيس ديوان الرئاسة، رئيس مجلس إدارة هيئة أبو ظبي للزراعة والسلامة الغذائية، وبتنظيم مجموعة أدنك بالشراكة الاستراتيجية مع هيئة أبو ظبي للزراعة والسلامة الغذائية. أصحاب السعادة، ضيوفنا الكرام اللي منورينا من حول العالم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. نقولها مرة ثانية من أرض الإمارات في أبو ظبي، مرحبا بكم بين أهلكم في الأسبوع العالمي للغذاء 2025. If we met yesterday, welcome back. And if we are meeting for the first time, I'm Roda Al-Saigh, your Emirati friend and MC for the day. It's a pleasure to continue together as we build on yesterday's conversations. Once again, you are welcome here in Abu Dhabi. Our home is yours here at Global Food Week 2025. To begin our morning, it's my pleasure to introduce Saleh Louta, Chairman of the UAE Food Cluster and the UAE F&B Business Group. Please help me in welcoming him.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, everybody, and good morning. It's a great morning today, being with you and reflecting in what we have seen lately in the food sector, globally, regionally, and locally. I just wanted to give you a brief of how the food sector been affected lately, especially the supply chain since COVID hit. And I was reflecting, mashallah, to see our exhibitions, Abu Dhabi Food Week, this editions, compared to the 4 and 3 years ago, and how it is growing and how it is evolving. We are really blessed to be in the UAE and having the leadership who we have. The food sector overall, globally being affected and disturbed globally because of different reasons. I just want to give you some examples. COVID, we all know how it hit us and hit globally. Red Sea, logistics issues, and the war in Yemen, how affected the food supply. Ukraine, Russia war, how affected the supply chain and the food sector. The cost of the raw material and the logistic cost, all these elements being shaked rapidly in the last 5 years. But alhamdulillah, we in the UAE, we were the least to be affected. And the supply chain of food being continually doing a great. Why? As I said, because we are blessed by having a leadership who are really proactive, anticipating, preparing a solid systems which can face any challenges come today or in the future. So we are really blessed, and this is how I've been seeing the food sector really growing. I've been in the food sector for the last 25 years. So alhamdulillah, year and year, I see that our system in the food sector growing in terms of knowledge, in terms of capability, in terms of talent, and the best part of it, the real partnership I see between private sector and government sector. So we are really blessed being in the UAE, a country which holds more than 200 nationalities, a country which has all the major players on the food industry, having exhibitions like Abu Dhabi Food Week, like Gulf Food in Dubai, with a queue of people who wanted to participate and want to come and do business in the UAE because of our leadership. Lately, we all heard about the CEPA agreement. This is a great opportunity for all companies in food to come and set up their manufacturing here in the UAE because it's helped them export and create a greater businesses from the UAE. And you know what is the best we have in the UAE? The spirit. It's not only the exhibition, it's not only the manufacturing, it's not only the assets we have. The spirit we have in the UAE, it is not replaceable. Having people from 200 nationalities saying, this is my home, this is not easy. So we want these 200 nationalities with the amount of companies we have here, how can we work together with all these companies to take the food sector to a next level? And this is the latest initiatives which been announced last year, the food cluster economy. I'm not sure that if all of you understand this project and how massive is this project and how it will be impacting the sector overall. The food cluster economy initiatives, which initiated by Ministry of Economy, the idea of it and how can we let private sector partnering with the government to lead the sectors. And when I talk about sectors, I'm talking about banking, food, insurance, all other sectors. So we've started with food cluster economy. And the food cluster economy make government with the private sector partnering in making the best decision to grow the business with the three objectives. One, how can we make UAE the ideal place for food manufacturing? And this is being said more than once by our government. Second, how can we make sure that we can bring more investment to the sector? And how can we export more brand from UAE internationally? Is this easy? Wallahi, if it was another country, I would say it's not easy. But because we are here, because of the leadership we have here, because of the 200 nationality, because of the legacy of all the track record we have been able to achieve, I can say that it is easier than any other country. Because all the track record. So what we are doing right now in the food cluster economy, from farm to fork, as they say, we have different verticals. We have farming, we have manufacturing, we have logistics, we have retail, we have banking, we have insurance. All these stakeholders are essential to make the best decisions to grow the sector. Our job as a board of the food cluster economy to make sure that we solve every problem being faced in every stakeholders or every verticals. And alhamdulillah, we have leader in every vertical. So farming, we have a representative who take care of all the challenges farming have. Manufacturing, logistics, retail. We don't have a magic stick. Nobody can tell you, Allah, it's easy, can't be solved like this. No, but we are very confident and we believe that the 200 nationalities and all the companies in the UAE want to make the best call to grow this sector. So we are doing our best to make sure that we listen carefully, we deliver the message correctly to the decision maker, and work hand in hand with all the ministries to make sure that we solve the challenges in every vertical. So, alhamdulillah, we are in the food cluster economy, initiated a lot of initiatives. Maybe not all the results start coming, but I can tell you the synergy, the discussion, the initiative, the project, the discussions went to a different level. So we will be working in 3 areas. One area to make sure that we get the best out of what we are doing, to make it simple. One, we want first to fix the house from within. We want to fix our communication in the UAE. We want to make sure that the whole value chain work as one engine, to work together as one team. Before, we used to have challenges between retailer and manufacturer. Shelf rent, listing fees, promotion. These challenges will continue, but what we will be doing, we will talk together to make sure that we can come to a win-win situation for the retailers and for the manufacturer. We used to talk about challenges between all the 7 Emirates. Every Emirates have its own regulation. It's a challenge. Our job to talk to the decision maker to make sure that we have a unified regulation for all the Emirates, so the manufacturer and the companies can go to one place and fix this and work as one country. We spoke about different challenges. How can we develop talent, individual, locally, to lead this sector? But these are some of the challenges which we know. And I'm telling you truly that we're taking all the challenge and we're spending the right time, bringing the right expertise to suggest the right solution, to take it to the government to make the right call for us. So this is the first step, one, to fix the house from within. The second step, we want to plug and connect ourselves with the global ecosystems. The food cluster in Europe, the food cluster in Asia, the food cluster in the Middle East, in America. We want to get the best practices and the best knowledge to be connected with our ecosystem in the UAE. I think if we can do this by really creating a very strong engine in the UAE, connecting it with the global ecosystems, this will give us a great opportunity to ignite the potential in these ecosystems in terms of trade, in terms of innovation, in terms of building talented individuals, in terms of bringing best practices to be led and to be facilitated from within the UAE. This is one thing. The last thing I want to say, that we are just starting. As I said, I've been in this business for the last 25 years, and I really see the transformation happening. Maybe not fast enough as our leader wants to see it, but I can tell you, I see a big change from where we used to be and where we are right now. And it's all because of your participation. It's all because of your contribution to this sector. Thank you all.
Saleh, it's true that we do not have a magic stick, but having leaders that are willing to be present and share with us always is our magic. Thank you for being here. And speaking about inspiring leaders, it now gives me great honor to start our first fireside chat. Please welcome Her Excellency Dr. Farah Zaroni, Assistant Undersecretary for Standardization Affairs Sector at the Ministry of Industry and Advanced Technology. It gives me great honor not only to be emceeing, but also sharing the stage with her. Please. السلام عليكم.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Before anything, I just want to say that it's truly a pleasure to share the stage with someone who represents Emiratis globally with such grace, and that represents our region with such excellence and something we are all proud of. This is such an honorable moment.
Thank you so much, Roda, and thank you to the organizers for giving us such a great opportunity to be here with all the main players in the food sector, one of the most important sectors, which was and will remain one of the priority sectors in our strategy. Thank you so much for the compliment. In fact, it is a huge responsibility.
True.
And it's an honor. Certainly, it's an honor to represent the UAE in an important standardization organization, being the first lady, not only the lady, but being a first country to, to be able to win a seat in the board of directors. That's a great opportunity. And again, it puts a huge responsibility on me personally and, and on the UAE to show everyone to what extent we are able to have our, impact to the international trade, international domain, and international standardizations. Thank you.
It is a huge responsibility because, as we said, there might be magic here, but at the end of the day, in the world of food, we're not just speaking as an individual country, but we're speaking on an international level, how we can cross borders together. So speaking about that, Your Excellency, how are harmonized international standards accelerating innovation and cross-border trade with food and agriculture sectors?
I would say a very simple, or I would use a very simple term, which is a standard. Standard is a passport for the goods to pass and to flow smoothly across borders, countries, and among the regions. So it can be a huge facilitator, but at the same time, it plays a huge also role in creating unnecessary burden to trade. Just imagine if we are using different standards. So I have my own standard and own requirements, and an X country has different standards and requirements. So we won't be able to have an open dialogue. We won't be able to come to a stage where we can have the same language. So having a harmonized standards means that a product produced in the US, for example, can easily pass to the EU because they have the same standards, they have the same specification, the same requirements, they speak the same language. It comes to the UAE, not only for the UAE market, but our main objective also, and one of our main strengths is being able to re-export the product, again, externally. Sure. So it will pass through different regions because we have the same standards. Then, again, think about it from other perspective. No need for retesting, recertification, reinventing the wheel, because we've been through this in the US, for example, and the test report which was issued in the US will be accepted in the EU and will be again accepted in the UAE, and it will pass through other regions on the same manner. So we are reducing the time for the producers. We are reducing the cost in terms of recertification and retesting. At the same time, we will be able to have the same framework that is applied in the US, EU, and UAE, and elsewhere. So it's not only something that supports the producers. In fact, it's a huge supporter to the regulator.
So it's important for us to listen to the world and to learn from each other.
And maybe His Excellency Saleh Louta spoke about the CEPA. CEPA is something very similar to the free trade agreement. It has been a new initiative for the UAE since 2021-22. We've started because I am also leading one important chapter within the CEPA, which is TBT, Technical Barrier to Trade. It's basically about standards, conformity assessments, technical regulations. So this is how the technical barrier to trade a huge role in the facilitating of trade. So we've been able to sign many CEPAs with many countries. We're in process also to sign a new one. This means that the UAE product will be able to access new market. It's not only for a UAE product, it's a call to the investors to come and invest in the UAE since we have the same standards. So this is simply how it is.
It actually makes everyone's life easier at this point. Speaking about the international standards, how can it support sustainability goals?
Now, if you look at the international standards, the main thing for, let's say, or say the parameter that is required within a quality management system is how to maintain the sustainability requirements within the organization itself or within the establishment. So the ISO standards, for example, 14001 and the rest of the ISO standards that is really tackling those quality management system, environmental system, are identifying those challenges and will provide you also a checklist of how to minimize the impact from the environmental perspective. Now, if you look at the harmonized sustainability matters, it will help countries to align actions when it comes to the carbon footprint. It will also provide you a guide to the main challenging aspect when it comes to water use, for example. So the harmonized standard will definitely play a huge role in the sustainability matrix worldwide.
So speaking about technology, of course, with the role of digitalization and advanced technology, you mentioned some of them, but mentioning as well AI, remote sensing, maybe blockchain, how does it play in ensuring food safety and traceability?
This question takes me back to the 2020 when the leadership of UAE thought about a ministry that can lead the country and at the same time will build a very strong foundation for their industrial growth and economic growth as well. So it was the establishment of the Ministry of Industry, not technology, not anything, but advanced technology. So it was with a purpose. It is not about bringing a strategy or establishing a strategy. It's maintaining that this strategy is very much aligned with the international changes when it comes to the advanced technology and the technology that is built in within every single initiative. So if you look at the AI, for example, the AI will enable early detection when it comes to the food sector, for example. It will help you in providing the end user with a very early detection of the crop diseases and the risk in that field. And that is important for overall food safety aspects. So when it comes to the blockchain, again, the blockchain is a tool that will provide a trust within the consumers and a trust within the regulator throughout or across the supply chain. So we are not talking about a certain stage. It is a whole value chain from, and again, I will go back to His Excellency Saleh, it's farm to fork. I would say feed, farm to fork.
Beautiful.
So it is really a wider value chain that takes into consideration logistics, transportation, storage, every single stage where risk might be in place and how to minimize that risk, how to be ready to face any challenge, that is the question.
True. The UAE has always taught us with the ministry example that when challenges come our way, we turn them into opportunities.
Exactly.
And we see that a lot in the food industry. Speaking about the challenges, what challenges do you believe the stakeholders are facing when it comes to adapting international standards and more?
I'll put myself in their shoe and I would say cost, number one.
Yeah.
I admit there is always cost of compliance, cost of certification, cost of testing. That is a huge cost, but we also understand that very well as a regulator, but in the same time, we provide a solution for that. The solution is, number one, was engagement. Engagement from day one. Every single standards and regulation, the private sector is the first player in it. We've been adopting a new open door strategy, which invite the stakeholders to be part of the development of those standards and regulations. So they are aware, they are part of the process. They come with their concerns, they come with their capability, the know-how. They are part of the regulation that is still in the drafting stage, and they are ready to adopt it and ready to implement it without asking the government to reconsider anything, because they understand very well that the objective of the regulation, number one, is safety, quality, compliance. So this is we cannot compromise on that, but we can work together to bring something really tangible, something useful, and something doable. So it's engagement. Again, I insist on that. It's really, it made a huge difference in the reaction when it comes to the implementation. So instead of making them regulation taker, they are a regulation maker. So they are part. Again, the second probably challenge, I would say, is the mindset. The resistance to change. When it comes to certain groups like a farmer, for example, just imagine I'm so happy and I'm satisfied with the technique or the technology I'm adopting. It's very simple, but it's doable, and it's maintaining that. In the end of the day, I have an outcome. So why do you ask me to change if that's working? So working with that challenge, I think for a regulator, it's a challenge. But again, at the same time, it's a challenge for the implementer.
And we are also ready for all the challenges. Yesterday, one of the speakers mentioned something that I would like to share with you. He said that we also need to look at it from a perspective where when we approach the farmers, we are presenting the technologies, but at the end of the day, they are the ones testing it on ground. So it's important for us to also get feedback from them and work together. So as you mentioned, hand in hand is the way supposed to go.
One important thing is also, the support that the end user is expecting. So I don't expect as a regulator that I'll come with a regulation that needs to be implemented. I know it will be implemented, but at the same time, they need to be ready for that implementation. It's not only about the engagement, but it's looking at those affected sectors, especially the SMEs. The big player, while we very frank, they're ready to implement because they are already adopting those technologies and they know how to implement it. The issue is with the smaller SMEs that are not ready in terms of being able to understand the requirements and the regulations and being able to implement it when there is no assistance. So we worked hardly with our stakeholders and closely with those big players to adopt the public-private partnership agreements together to help those smaller entities by capacity building programs from the ministry, by incentives in many areas, especially when it comes to the ICV, for example, the in-country value. And we came up with something called the Green ICV, which gives a 5% score higher to those who adopt those green practices. So again, we are ready to support, but it is hand in hand. It is not one way. So wherever there is a chance to help, we're ready to do that, but we are also expecting you to have let's say, support and engagement effectively and efficiently.
Perfect. And also the openness is really important from the other side.
The clarity on the strategy, we are very much open. So that's a very good question, because here we are adopting the regulatory impact assessment. So before the regulation itself, we do a very comprehensive studies on the impact of certain regulation before and during and post-regulation implementation to understand exactly. It's not from the safety and quality perspective, but we have other consideration and elements that needs to be taken into consideration when it comes to the environment, the economical and financial perspective and other challenges, environmental, for example. Those are important elements. So we are very transparent on the regulation. If we don't need the regulation, we will not bring it. We will go, and even within the regulation, there are a scale of implementation which is very much related to the risk management and risk assessment that we do for certain regulation. I hope one day we'll be able to have a self-regulation where every single producer or manufacturer is self-regulating himself for certain product or category. But in order to reach to that level, we need to work on the existing risk when it comes to the products, for example. So based on the risk, we'll be able to identify those products, identify those conformity assessment programs, and to what extent we'll able to tackle those in an efficient and in a very accurate way.
Food is life at the end of the day, and it affects every single one of us. So thank you for sharing that. Now, speaking about the regulations and the part we play and the world plays, in the next decade, Your Excellency, what does the future look like?
Well, you've mentioned the UAE's position lately in the organizations and international standardization organizations such as the ISO and the IEC. And I don't know to what extent is that really, really important, but being there is, and give us a huge, a great opportunity to participate in a joint work between the two organizations in something called SmartX. This is the future of standard. SmartX simply means standard, machine, accepted, readable, and transferable. So it will one day will be able, and it's very soon. It's one day. It doesn't mean it will take really long time. I am part of the joint committee between the two. Since I'm on board of the two organizations, we're working closely to bring that, which will make a huge impact in the standardization domain, in the conformity assessment, which will reduce the time for verification and the documentation that is a huge burden for regulators, to be honest, for conformity assessment as well, in terms of human resources, time, and cost, by 70%. This is a huge impact. Again, look at it from different perspectives and in different sectors. Look at the health sector, look at agriculture. The time needs to identify the risk and come up with a holistic and very comprehensive plan to overcome a challenge will be reduced. That is a huge impact. So the future of industry, let's say, generally, and standardization specifically will definitely be on smart standards and using the Internet of Things, open data that is accessible, but again, in smart way. That is big data. That is the future of standards and regulations.
Your Excellency, if there is a call to action or there is a statement that you would wish for the UAE in approaching the international trade cooperation, what would it be?
I think we have been able as a government to build a very strong foundation for trade, for economic growth, for investment, which was not given to anyone. I've been through the free trade agreements almost 3 years, leading two main chapters of technical barrier to trade and Islamic economy. And I can see to what extent they are important in accessing new markets and being able to see the UAE products externally. And this is a call for SMEs to take part and utilize those opportunities available within the UAE, not only for our local manufacturers, but even for the investors and foreign investors to come and see to what extent we are able to provide a framework that is agile, that is flexible. We were ready to withdraw regulations. That is I mean, a thing that never happened anywhere in the neighboring since 2020. We looked at the industry and we looked at those challenges wherever we were able to support. We were, doing that without any. We had the green signal, and we had that, and still in place the support from the government. So I think with the opportunities that the government is providing in terms of incentives, in terms of the foundation of and the flexibility in our regulatory framework, and the incentives that is provided to everyone to come to the UAE and explore the opportunities and trade and in industry growth, that is a huge thing. One last call, I would like everyone to come and join us in the upcoming Make It in the Emirate Forum. It's the 5th round, which will take place in Adnik next year in May. We have been through the 4th one. It was massive, it was huge. It was one of the largest events the UAE explored throughout the 4 years in the industrial sector. That is a call to everyone to come and explore the opportunities, not only the big players in the market, the SMEs, public, youth. Youth is playing a huge also role in our strategy. And we came up with many programs utilizing our partnership with those international organizations to take our youth to the international domain, to be part of those big players and setting those requirements and our needs in international passport, which is standards.
Your Excellency, speaking about youth, you reminded me of an important key. When it comes to the international term of youth and to the UAE, we are honored that the UAE always extend the age of youth and always makes us believe that we have that energy, we have that capability, and we are still within that frame and that title because they want us to give more. And I think that's where the fire comes from us, to want to give the world from our land. In Emirati, we say سوالفك ما تنمل. In international, in English, we say, I never want to stop this conversation. And this is a little piece of our culture that we want to end with and share with the world. If you have anything else to say, Your Excellency.
Thank you so much, Rawda, again, for this opportunity. It was a great meeting you personally. And I'm so proud that we have such great Emirati women, not only in the standardization, but we have everywhere. And this really reflects the leadership support to everyone, every individual, but definitely women. I'm so happy to see different stakeholders. And I've been, throughout the day yesterday, visiting those booths, and I can see there is a very noticeable expand in the size of this event. Thank you so much again.
سعادة، شكراً على كلامك الطيب، وخير مثال المرأة الإماراتية موجودة معايا على المنصة، وإذا عندنا نحن ناس يلهمونا بهذه الطريقة سهل علينا نحن الإماراتيات أن نتألق في جميع المجالات، والله يقدرنا أن نكمل هذه المسيرة ونرفع اسم الإمارات محلياً وعالمياً يا رب.
إن شاء الله.
شكراً.
شكراً. ما قصرت. شكراً.
Our next fireside chat explores how customer data and insights can transform product innovation and profitability. Please welcome Hassan Safi, Group CEO of Al Ain Farms Group. Moderating this conversation once again is Mariam Al-Mualla from the Ministry of Economy and Tourism. Off to you, Mariam. Enjoy.
So, good morning, everyone, and thank you all for being here, and thank you, Hassan, Group CEO of Al Ain Farm, for being with us. You know, when we talk about food, we're really talking about something very deep and personal. It's not just about what we produce, it's about the trust people place in us every day. And what is exciting is how data now gives us a new way to strengthen that trust by listening better, understanding what consumers truly value, and shaping products that fit real lives. You know, from the Ministry of Economy and Tourism, we see this as a key part of building a competitive and resilient food ecosystem. Through the UAE Food Cluster, our goal is to connect companies like Al Ain Farm, who are leading innovation on ground, and government and academia and international partners. And you know, one thing is what is really inspiring, that this is the same spirit that built Al Ain Farm, a company born from the late Sheikh Zayed's vision, and still driven by the idea that nourishing a nation starts with understanding its people. So today, our session is how data and consumer insights can drive these innovation, improve efficiency, and ultimately support national priorities. So Hassan, I'm looking forward to hearing more in this data and the insights you will give us today. Let's start. How do you decide which insights to trust and act on when different data sources tell different stories?
Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mariam. It's a true honor to be here with you, participating in such an interesting conversation. And I hope over the next 20, 30 minutes, we'll be able to share knowledge and expertise for the benefit of the industry. Allow me, before I answer your question, is to share a lesson learned that it's quite related to what we are going to discuss today. What I've learned over the years that food business is deeply personal. And as you rightly said, it is not only about the products that we produce. It's about the trust that the consumer places on us every single day. I have, at Al Ain Farms Group, I have the privilege of leading a team who's been part of Al Ain Farm Group for more than 40 years. And who's been actually part of Al Ain Farm story. That story began with the Sheikh Zayed, his Sheikh Zayed vision to nourish the people with quality and care every single day. And that vision actually gives us purpose. But what is fascinating me and what I'm truly passionate about is how consumer insights and how data keeps us closer to that vision every single day. To answer your question, we at Al Ain Farms, when we say data, we mean macroeconomics, we mean consumer, we mean retailer and e-commerce platforms outcomes, we mean feedback from our salespeople, we mean, most importantly, the feedback of the focus groups. And we basically look at the full picture. We try to analyze the data to understand people's life. What do they eat? What do they drink? How do they enjoy food? Our process is very simple. We start with segmentation, and that segmentations we identify lifestyles, we identify the drivers or the values behind their choices, and we move to validation. Validation through taste panels, through in-store observations, and then we move to the review stage. And the review stage basically puts everything together in a framework that connect value, price, pack size, and we call it in our terminology revenue growth management. Mariam, this 360 approach gives us clarity. Allow me to give you an example of how this works. Our segmentation analysis revealed that there is a growing trend for healthy products. But the real message behind that was that people simply wanted to enjoy what they love without guilt. And that was the main trigger for us to launch the first UAE sugar-free, lactose-free Greek yogurt, and the first sugar-free juice range, which quickly become parts of household favorites. So it is about turning the data into an understanding, and turning the understanding into an action that affects people's lives.
You know, it's really amazing. We see how you introduce these products. You really connect with people and you connect with their lifestyles.
Absolutely.
It's really amazing. My question here is, how do you turn those emotional insights like these into a business success stories?
Oh, thank you for the question, actually. I can share one of my favorite examples with you, actually. When we wanted to launch milk in a glass bottle, it made no sense. It's high cost, it's a short shelf life, but when we listened to consumer, we found an incredibly powerful message. It reminded them with their childhood. It reminded them with the trust and authenticity. And that is exactly where emotional connection made a success.
You know, there's a story that there was this product we connected when we were children, and then suddenly it disappeared out of nowhere.
Yeah.
And it gave, like we were searching for it, and we were looking everywhere. We would do anything to have it back.
Absolutely, absolutely. And that's why exactly what I meant by saying that the food business is deeply personal. Probably you can find different packaging with the same taste, but you are personally attached to that. You know, Mariam, when it comes to food, people goes with habits. It takes them just a few seconds to pick a product from the shelf. Maybe that does not apply to other kind of procurement. If you're buying a watch, for example, it will take you 2 weeks to look at this watch and that. But it is about the trust and the good experiences that we build with the people. And that's what we call it basically brand loyalty.
In this case, like if you got this product out of the market and you think people really want it, what do you do in your case? Like, do you listen to the local community? Because we are minority. You can know the locals are minority. So how can you approach this? How can you target the right people to know if your product will be effective or we want them back?
Well, basically, Mariam, I mean, as you said, there is a plenty of personal preferences. I mean, certain product could be required by a segment. But again, when you, and it's of course, it's our duty to listen to the people, to know what they want, and to put on the shelf what is actually meets the requirement. But again, probably what we heard today this morning from Mr. Saleh Lota is basically we have in UAE in particular, we have a country of 200 nationalities. And when it comes to food, it's a personal choice. So it's very difficult actually to put a product that would meet the taste profile of 200 nationalities. And of course, we try as much as we can. See, it is part of our values that we listen to consumers. We do everything we can to fulfill even the policy directions. Yesterday, I was having a chat with His Excellency Ahmed Ahmed Al-Khazraji, and I'm aware of a lot of policy change that is going to happen very recently to guide people into a healthy directions. All what we can do between regulators and companies is to provide access to healthy food or to provide access to healthy lifestyle. And then it comes to the people's choice. They will choose this product or another product.
Okay, you know, when we talk about emotional insights, how do we turn insights into action? Having data is one thing, you know, but knowing when and how to act on it, it's really what makes it a difference. So I know Al Ain Farm has faced those moments, like when data suggested a product might not work, but your team trusted human insights and it became a success. So how do you balance data with experience when making tough decisions, especially when the signals don't all agree?
Okay, so actually, Mariam, it happens often. Data doesn't always agree with itself. Allow me to share with you another example where we really wanted to discontinue lactose-free milk from the shelf because the sales data were showing us that it is not performing well. And then when we compared the product itself to the competitors, we found that this exact same product is selling well. And then we tested the focus group. There was nothing wrong with the product. And then when we further analyzed, we found that it's not about the product itself. It's about the visibility and it's about the timing. So when we took an action, the product becomes sellable anymore. And that's what I want to highlight is it's not the amount of data what matters. What matters is to know what relevant piece of data you use in making a decision and you take the right action for it.
Okay, I want to talk on another side is sustainability. You know, sustainability now, it's important. It's really a responsibility, actually. We reduce waste to improve efficiency. We strengthen local supply demands. I know Al Ain Farm has done some great work in this area, from developing packaging and sustainability matrix to producing your own pet and performs to cut imports and support national food security. I know you have been doing great work and great, amazing job to driving this. So I want to know how data helps you drive sustainable across your products and operation, from packaging to logistics.
Well, thank you, Mariam, for this question. Probably sustainability would require a separate session by itself. But what I can say here that data plays a big role in our sustainability journey. It keeps us accountable and it keeps us efficient. I'll shed light on two of the examples where data actually helped us to make very effective sustainability decisions. Our packaging sustainability matrix measures the environmental impact of every format we use. And that actually, it shows us when actually we can move into rPET, which is recyclable PET, and or any other lighter material without compromising quality. I can also refer to another example, which is optimizing routes and waste reduction. It's completely built on operational data. Every month we sit and we review data and we see how we can do these things in a better way. For us at Al Ain Farms, data and sustainability goes hand in hand. Data gives you direction and sustainability gives you purpose. I'm really proud to announce today that yesterday actually we have signed with a great government initiative, Ni'ma. And NECMA, as some of you might be aware, the target of NECMA initiative is to reduce waste by half till 2030. And we have already signed a memorandum of understanding to share data with them so we can together form working groups to take actions and reduce waste and contribute to the sustainability objectives.
We are actually working a lot with NECMA as the Ministry of Economy and Tourism. We have a circular economy committee that that actually help create policies to reduce food and food waste, and this is a really amazing initiative and
Thank you.
good move.
It's our duty as a national company to support these government objectives.
So, and I want to now look ahead. Let's say the way companies use data, it's changing very fast. So it's not longer about tracking performance. It's more about predicting what is next. Now with AI and with the predictive analytics and smart tools, we see how technology can help companies anticipate consumers' needs even before they appear in numbers. So I'm curious to know how Al Ain Farms is preparing for the next stage with AI coming in.
Thank you, Mariam, for this question. At Al Ain Farms, we use predictive models built on SAP applications and to forecast demand, manage inventory, reduce waste. But of course, as you rightly said, the future is AI. We hope that AI would tell us, will anticipate change before we see them in sales reports, or would early highlight a preference to a certain ingredients, of course, at an early stage. AI is a journey of continuous learning. It starts from being descriptive, and then it moves to become diagnostic, and then it goes to become predictive, and then it becomes prescriptive, and then it becomes prospective and automated. And I hope that we are part of that journey, and we hope that we will reach to the end state of the AI journey. But since you asked me about the future, and I really believe that the future is not only tools, is not only application. The future is also related to the people, to the how we actually become to prepare the future generations. And on that, actually, I'm also very proud to announce that Al Ain Farms in the Abu Dhabi Global Week, we have signed with Khalifa University. And there are two main objectives of that collaboration: to focus on innovation and to focus on giving the opportunity to the new generations with a practical experience to translate challenges into opportunities.
You know, AI has its benefits, but it also, even technologies has its benefits, and it also has its weak points. Let me give you a story about when we went to Switzerland.
Yes.
We went to went to Givaudan's lab, and we saw, actually they do lab-grown oranges. It's without nutrition value. They do lab-grown whatever there is, even with taste, smell, and everything. So how can this affect what you are doing?
Okay. Thank you so much for this question. This is one of the hot topics, Mariam.
Yes.
Everybody talks about alternative proteins. Everybody talks about lab-grown foods. And probably people looks at it as a replacement of the sources of food we have today. In fact, I participated in different discussions, and I strongly believe that there is no one source would replace the other. They would definitely complement each other. Now, if we look at the of the lab-grown food, till now, you can produce protein, but it's very difficult actually to convert that protein into all types of food applications. I fully understand that There are some successful attempts on that, but yet it did not meet the taste profile. And there is also the consumer acceptance. We in Al Ain Farm, we strongly believe that we need to go both. We need to continue with the traditional sources of food, but as well as we need to complement that with all the new science and technology. And of course, that will have multiple objectives. It will serve sustainability objectives. But if you look at it, I mean, nobody talks about achieving 100% sustainability in the next year. Cannot be. We would be over-promising if we're saying that. What we're talking about, what we need to think of is that we need to be part of the sustainability journey over the next 15 years. And we, as Al Ain Farms, I can assure you that we are very serious about it, and it's part of our values. But to go specifically to answer your question, yes, there is a lot of science into homegrown food, and in my opinion, it will complement what we have. It will not replace.
Thank you. Thank you for this. You know, it's truly insightful to have this conversation. I like
Thank you.
it's very easy.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mariam.
And what really stands out from this conversation is that data by itself, it's not what drives success, it's how we use these
Absolutely.
datas.
Data is of no use if you don't know how to use it.
So I don't know if you want to add anything more, if you have anything else to add to this conversation.
Well, thank you so much. All I would say that we are in Al Ain Farms, as we are proud as a national company to encourage fast learning, smart execution, and long-term resilience in the food sector. I've really enjoyed the conversation with you, Mariam.
Thank you, Hassan.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for being here. Thank you, everyone, for joining us.
Thank you.
We are continuing in a few minutes, just resetting the stage to accompany the next speakers.
check, 1, 2. Check, check. Check, check. Check. Check.
Thank you for waiting. Up next, we have a panel that will explore how AI is helping retailers and producers forecast demand and cut food waste before it even starts. Please help me in welcoming our panelists, Dr. Lubna Zaitouni, Senior Legal Affairs Specialist, Ministry of Economy and Tourism, Sam Cleaver, CEO of Nostra, Bilal Khan, Partner, EY, and moderating the session, we have Angelo Faraghi, Board Advisor and member of the Strategic Alliance Committee, UAE Food and Beverage Manufacturers Group. Please help me in welcoming the speakers to the stage. Over to you, Angelo. Enjoy.
Assalamu alaikum, good morning. My name is Angelo. I'm a part of the member of the Strategic Alliance Committee for the UAE Food and Beverage. And I will moderate with this panelist expert. And I'm very glad to be here with all of you. Just to put into perspective, into context about our topic, according to the United Nations Food Waste Index, 1.05 billion tons of food waste per year. 19% of the food available to consumer is wasted. If we translate into economical terms, it's $1 trillion USD economic cost. The IPCC report that 8 to 10% of the global greenhouse gas emission from food waste. The World Resources Institute note that if the waste were a country, it would be the third largest greenhouse emitter after China and US. If we bring it to the UAE context, 85% of the UAE food are imported. This means food waste here involves significant logistic, water, and energy resources. During the COP28, as per NEMA National Household Food Waste Survey, 61% of UAE food waste occur at household. While most of the time we focus on the B2B business, but 61% come from the household. AI tools are now being used to analyze consumer habits, local events, weather, and logistics. Before it occurs, both commercial and operational are increasingly in household. Let me introduce our panelist team. Sam Cleaver, as the CEO of Nostra UAE, specialized in XR, extended reality. Bilal Ahmed Khan is a partner at EY Parthenon. He works mainly on the food security and agri-food topic for the MENA region. And Lubna Zaitouni, Senior Legal Affairs Specialist at UAE Ministry of Economy and Tourism. During this session, we'll try to answer to several questions. How AI and visualized technology can help identify waste pattern, business implementation strategy and return of investment, government policy framework, supporting the technology adoption, how this technology can reach both business and household, and a practical step for immediate quick win. Sam, food waste happens across so many invisible touch points in kitchen, storage room, and transport. How can AI visualization technology transform this invisible problem into something a restaurant manager can actually see and fix in real time?
Thank you, Angelo. Yeah, that's a good question, by the way. But we have to think about different sides of that problem. First of all, the foundation that you can really measure patterns and really analyze the data is that you have the data. That's like the starting point. I think first we need really to understand that even a restaurant needs to bring IoT devices into place, needs to understand actually every process in this company, needs to really monitor the store, the shelves, the stocks. So you need information. That's the part number one. And that information should be real-time available. Once you have that information, you can analyze it through AI perfectly. You can actually identify all the patterns. You can really measure what's going right, what's going wrong. And once you have this data available, you can turn this into a three-dimensional visualization. Can be in VR, can be in XR, can be on a screen. But it's a long journey. So the starting point always is data, and there already we have the problem. The data is already not available. So you have the data, you turn the data with AI, you identify the data, you process the information, and then you can visualize it. And that way, in a three-dimensional environment, it is far easier to consume and understand information than on a single screen, let's put it that way. So using this kind of information is a perfect way to be visualized in 3D.
Okay, fascinating. You are painting a picture of what technology is possible. Now, grounded in reality, you are building the world's first metaverse collaboration with the food and beverage industry in the UAE. Can you share one real example where digital technology revealed waste pattern that a traditional audit completely missed?
Well, we actually, the product we recently launched on the Future Food event, which is the UAE Foodverse, has certain steps. So in the phase one, we digitized the entire industry. So we created a 3D environment which shows all the manufacturing partners, the farms, the ports, and the whole platform is controlled by artificial intelligence. That means using this platform is just by voice commands. So you can have actually clearly an overview of all the sites. You can talk to the artificial intelligence. It can combine the data. It can explain you the things. So that's the starting point. And to visualize how this industry operates, how ports operate, how things move around, this is the goal where you understand actually where does the waste management really happen. I mean, the first thing is humans need to get the chance to really get a visual side to understand what does this mean. Because it's very hard to understand how a food supply chain works if you have to dig through websites or through pages and books or whatever. It's very easy to understand it if you're in a 3D environment and then artificial intelligence orchestrates the content. So whatever you have in mind and you're asking, the AI will put this content up for you. In request, I mean actually how you respond to the AI and what you ask. So it's completely orchestrated. So every user has an individual session and can slowly go step by step closer to the information he needs.
Excellent example. So the technology exists, okay, and it works. Bilal, for your consulting work with food company, if the technology is so effective, why aren't the business more involved in this technology?
Look, I think that's a great question. And firstly, thanks for having us on this platform for this very important topic. As you mentioned, the quantum of the waste that exists globally is immense, but also within this region in particular, when you compare it to benchmarks across the world, is quite high. To come to your point about the adoption rates on businesses and why they're lagging, I think pointing at a single most item is probably challenging to do, so I'm going to, as a typical consultant would say, cover it in 3 points. Number one, I said, is the perceived complexity of the technology. So whilst it may exist, everybody is, I think, aware of a degree of what AI can do, right? And it's probably through the universe of the GPTs and the open AIs that they're used to, but they haven't necessarily understood the full gamut of what's possible in relation to the integration with other elements like robotics, sensors, technologies as well, that would kick in. So there is that perceived complexity of, hey, we need to be an expert in this field to deploy this. I would say that's maybe number one, and that's when the likes of Sam and others in this industry kick in as well, where you have specialists driving that for you. The second is, naturally, as any business exists, is on the basis of its investments and the ROI that they make on their applications, solutions, initiatives as well. And there's often this preconceived notion that they might need to invest a significant amount of CapEx in order to make this happen, right? And I think understanding that the technology can solve, whether at a smaller scale or at a larger scale, is quite critical to understand what the financial outcomes would be for this. And the third element is probably more of the human element, which we will maybe touch upon a bit later, as well as the adoption, right? I think people are typically used to operations and systems in their way of life and way of business, and they're a bit apprehensive to change, to make things happen. But I think it's inevitable, it will happen, and I think overall the consensus, though, is that they are looking for solutions. So despite the things that I've said, I think people are looking at the opportunities, because at the end of the day, it not only solves a business need, but it also solves a societal need as well.
Okay. Sam, when Bilal talks about the cost barrier for the ROI, or the investment, what is your response? Can you give us a sense of what investment it requires for actually talking about a mid-size retailer or restaurant?
Well, I mean, we have companies out there which offer smart kitchen solutions, and for reasonable costs. So it's not even that expensive as you think. So as far as I can say, for a mid-sized restaurant, most likely your investment is maybe $5,000 to $10,000, a one-time investment, a subscription fee, and you will have a high-tech system in place which monitors humidity, temperature, moving in, moving out, your stock, and gives you recommendations how to use your food, and top of it, it even can tell you precisely you have these kind of things left in the stock, and now change the daily menu or make a special out of it. So you're always aware, and the investment is not high, and I see the return on investment pretty fast due to the fact that you're fulfilling the moral duty that you're not wasting food. That's a very important part. ROI, I get the point, but there's also our responsibility to make sure we don't waste food. So therefore, on the long run, even though there are not really a lot of numbers out there, but in the long run, this is going to be monetized 100%. This will be amortization. I'm 100% sure, because you really start to be you have a sustainable business running, and you really start to understand how to move your stock in and out. And these things are not, they're easy. It was very hard in the old days. It was very expensive, but today, easy access.
Okay. Bilal, let's get into a practical. Let me give you a real scenario. The UAE import 85% of its food, creating complex logistic from port to plate. Walk us through how AI can predict the right quantity when you have the factor in shipping delay, Ramadan spike, or local event at once, and predictive event.
Yep, no, absolutely. I think that's probably a critical area when it comes to forecasting and predictability and how AI can support in this. I mean, just as a statistics, if you look at the rough sort of UAE food loss and wastage, it sits around 154 kilograms per annum, right? During Ramadan alone, that spikes up to 5 kilograms per day, right? So to your point that you raised, these seasonalities, these things that kick in, naturally need to be forecasted. Now, these data exist based on surveys and elements, but as Sam was even mentioning, you need real-time data, right? You need to understand the predictability, and this is where the technologies that exist today, and also the ones that are coming in the future, can help define and better predict how you should source, procure, right? When do you import when? And also, oftentimes we're looking at this from a perspective of, what is the quantum in which it can be further reduced, right? Is it 10%? Is it 20%? But every percentage that you can improve in your predictability directly feeds down to your bottom line. And I think that is a very important element, and AI as well as data and real-time tracking is essential to defining that. And when you have patterns and behaviors, the predictability also goes forward because you're predicting for the future, right? So you can rely on more empirical evidence and data, which is vast in its nature, and leverage technologies like AI to help ensure those predictions are more accurate. And then you can stress test them as they happen as well. So I think that's a key area where businesses are actively, whether these are importers, distributors, or even the supermarkets and retailers looking to do this, because at the end of the day, most of the food items we look at are perishable items, right? And they have a shelf life. So.
Thank you, Bilal. We've heard about technology, we have heard about a business case. Now let's talk about the policy environment. Dr. Lubna, the UAE has been very proactive in AI strategy and sustainability. Is the UAE government creating incentive or requirement to push food business toward AI adoption for waste reduction? What policy tools are being considered to accelerate the transformation?
Thank you, first of all, for having me here today and for this interesting question. For the UAE government, I think it's pretty clear that AI technology is the nation priority. For the waste management and the food sector, I would say the push comes from the food security strategy. UAE is a hub when it comes to food, import and export. Part of the food strategy, waste management. Part of the food strategy, there is a huge part of it which is focusing on technology that would support the food security. Now, more than that, since 2-3 years ago, the government, the ministry has launched the circular economy policy, which is a federal policy, where again, the food sector is one of our priority sector. Waste management is again, part of it has a priority. And those policies have set up baseline KPI standards that implicitly push for the use of AI. Today, the amount of data that we need to implement, monitor those policies, those strategies, and make sure that they achieve require the implementation and the use of AI. You have I think it's the 17th of September, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed has announced the National UAE Cluster Policy. Part of the National Cluster Policy is the Food Cluster Policy. The food cluster is actually allowing to have in one space, in one ecosystem, the entire food stakeholder, and the technology player as well. So here we're planning to have between technology and food sector a bridge that can help push for the implementation of AI. In the UAE, we don't mandate the use of AI, but yet there is an implicit push for it. Now, another example is that the number of accelerators, the number of incubators placed in the UAE and programs that we have are all focusing on priorities, which include the food sector. So part of it is the de-risking of the finance. Now, investing in novel business models that are looking into upgrading the food sector with AI, with forecast planning, with price forecasting, for example, or making it much more mature and much more easy to link into pushing for AI into the food sector. So implicitly, yeah, that's the tools being used right now. Looking at Ni'ma, for example, I know it has been mentioned a couple of times here, but Ni'ma, it's a fantastic example where you see in terms of waste management, the target for 2030 is reduction of 50%. That cannot be done without having AI forecasting, without using technologies such as data analysis to make sure that we're actually achieving, and we're going one by one. Ni'ma is a fantastic initiative because it's using nudge. to be able to change the behavior of consumer. And that is something that it's something very new in the region. So I think slowly, by allowing to have this full ecosystem to talk to each other, by providing this way where businesses can merge and can have the same, going towards the same direction, we're pushing for the implementation of AI.
Okay. Thank you. Dr. Lubna, when Sam talks about infrastructure requirement, cloud connectivity, IoT sensor, is the UAE digital infrastructure ready to support widespread adoption? Are these infrastructure gaps government need to address?
I believe today we can see in terms of connectivity and infrastructure that UAE has one of the highest network and infrastructure in the region. If we go back to TDRA, we reach, I think, in terms of connectivity, 100% in the entire country. I had the number for you. When it comes to fiber optic network coverage, we are at 99.5%. So the UAE is not only mature enough to have this kind of, to be able to support the development of technology and AI, but the infrastructure and the connectivity system here are strong enough to be able to move on with the number of data centers, for example, we're looking to implement in the UAE. You have many examples in the Emirates of Abu Dhabi. You have the same push that is happening in Dubai. When it comes to the gap, definitely, we've been focusing on getting the UAE ready to be able to manage and have this dynamic where AI and data and the data is being used. Let's say, I would say we are in the phase 2 where the government is looking into fixing, for example, the fragmented data we have right now that we'll be able to use, especially in the food sector. Now we have a lot of data sources like the previous talk. This data sources are coming from from everywhere. To make sure that we're getting the right message, to make sure that we're getting the right thing that we need. Plus, I believe slowly, and we're actually moving faster than most of the country around us towards fixing, for example, consumer protection, fixing competition protection in the country. So I think, yes, there is gap, definitely, in terms of the after phase, the after infrastructure, the after connectivity. But when it comes itself to the infrastructure, the UAE is more than ready.
Okay, thank you. So we have established that the technology works, the business needs support to adopt it, and government is creating the framework. Now let's talk about how these three pieces come together. Starting with the practical infrastructure question. For hotel group or restaurant, I come back to the case, hotel group or restaurant chain that wants to start using AI for waste prevention, what's the minimum technology infrastructure they actually need to get started?
Well, as we have said before, you see, in the older days, it was a really high effort to achieve anything which is comparable what you can do today. But what you need is, of course, a lot of measuring devices. So you need your IoT devices in place. You need to understand temperature, humidity. You just need to collect this data. But what I want to just point out, this is something very important, is AI is not accountable. And this, in these days today, what I really miss is software is software. I have a software produces a product, whatever it is visual, it is accountable because it's a very mathematical, straightforward process. AI has individual results. The result differs from second to second. And it must be very clear that AI is an assistant. It can guide me, it can show me information, it can process information, but I have the human accountability in the game. Because every email I send out, which I use AI for, it's my name at the bottom. So we have to be we have this awareness that AI is a perfect assistant. So we need the data, we process the information, but we need on the other side also humans, well-trained humans with the right skill set to deal with the information and to take the right decision.
A very good insight, and we have this side discussion about the human factor. And Bilal, you can install the best AI, as mentioned by Sam, but if the head chef does not trust it. If the technology fails, what's the key of getting experienced food professional to actually embrace and use the AI tool?
Look, I think it comes down to a couple of things. Fundamentally, I fully agree with what Sam says, right? You need to have, and there are developments globally within the region focused on AI and the technology, right? As we've talked about, there are use cases that exist today, and there are more evolving cases that are coming. But them in isolation without the human ownership and accountability is not going to result in any active steps of reduction on food loss that we're talking about as well. So how do you bring that awareness? So part of it is awareness and education, right? And, you know, it's driven a bit by the government, but it's also to be driven both intrinsically by the industry and the groups of individuals. In this case, we're talking about the hotel, restaurants, catering, the HoReCa food service sector as well, but also the businesses on what's possible and what's achievable. So that's one end of it, right? The other end of it is actually showcasing the pilots that work, right? Because as you mentioned, there is sometimes a level of maybe distrust that, is this going to change the way that we operate? The answer is typically not so much. It might aid, it might make things more efficient, and it might give you innovative ideas actually, right? Because at the end of the day, a chef is using his creativity to build the menus and the restaurants. AI can actually support in that journey based on also his ingredients, his products, but he ultimately needs to manage the P&L of his business as well. You know, you can have the greatest restaurant, but if it's bleeding money, it's going to stop existing soon. So I think the combination of the two is probably what's required, a push on awareness and what it can do, and then smaller pilots and use cases that actually give the confidence that this is not going to necessarily completely change how we work, but augment the way that we run our business.
Then this is bring us to an important question about the data. Dr. Lubna, AI systems are powerful, but they are also data hungry. AI systems need customer purchase data to predict the demand accurately. How the UAE ensuring that the data collection respect the consumer privacy while still enabling innovation?
That's a tricky question. UAE have a particular law that actually manage this balance between protecting consumer data and enabling innovation. It's the Federal Law 45/2021. It's known as the PDPL, Protection Consumer Law. This law is one of the most advanced, I would say, even compared to we've kind of managed to reach the same standard level that in EU, in the sense that the scope is quite broad, so it's covering the data in UAE for the entities that use that data, and for the entities outside the UAE who uses the data coming from a resident or citizen from the country. So the scope is quite large. It defines personal data largely as well, so it encompasses the names, the image, voices, identification number, online identifier directly or indirectly, so it's quite protective. It gives a clear function. It's giving a clear, I would say, principles where it's work on. You have consumers have rights and businesses have obligations. I don't want to enter into the details, so I don't use much time. But for example, the businesses much have data controller, they much have data processor to ensure that they have a full control of where the data is going and how is it used. There is sector consumer specific laws as well. There is cross-border data management. Like I said, the scope is covering data that goes outside of the country. There is a specificity around data anonymization and innovation-friendly practices. So concretely for businesses, how does it work? The business needs to clarify whenever the data is personal or not, to make sure that it doesn't go outside the framework of the law. They need to obtain what we call lawful basis. It means that they need to obtain the consent of the person from who they're taking the data. They need to limit the purpose of the use and be completely transparent on what is used. For example, they need to take only the data that they need. They cannot take data more than what they can be able to use. Again, they have to apply data minimization, anonymization as well, to make sure that we cannot go back to the source of the data, and have cross-border consideration to make sure that the country where the data is going or the cloud that is being used have the same level of security and the same level of governance that the UAE is implementing. And because the laws actually set clear guards, rather than that blanket and blurry areas, it enables innovation in the way that any business who needs to use data knows how to use it. And then that's why the law is actually balancing between consumer protection and the use of and the enabling of innovation.
Okay, thank you. Let's look ahead. Sam, you are at the cutting edge of technology innovation. We focus on commercial operation, but as I mentioned, NEMA research shows 61% of the waste happen at the household. Beyond today AI capability for businesses, what's the one emerging technology in the next 3 to 5 years that could help us tackle waste, both sides, commercial, kitchen, and in the home, where most waste actually occurs?
Well, I mean, the pity actually is that we have these technologies in place since quite a while, and the adoption is very slow, really slow. Because I really had some phone calls this morning to figure out some different franchises globally who is actually already implementing smart kitchen solutions. And I was shocked that actually most of these companies still work like with notes and with spreadsheets and stuff like that. So the industry itself should see it as a personal challenge and also a satisfaction to control their stocks proper and nicely. Because I can imagine if I can really control everything I have in stock and I can really be perfectly avoiding food waste and I really use all ingredients, that must be kind of satisfying. As me as a chef, as a manager, lovely. If you look to the private households, we can see slowly, we have those smart refrigerators, we have smart solutions in households, but the consumer will never, if you ask me, will never put extra dollars on the table to enhance his smart home solutions to prevent food waste. What will happen anyway is by smart shopping solutions, by refrigerators, people now, we have these refrigerators with monitors, AI included, they measure the ingredients, they measure the content. So I think, but we have to wait for the adoption in the private sector, for the consumers, we have to wait for the adoptions, and sooner or later, this will be very helpful to prevent food waste.
Thank you. Dr. Lubna, Sam just described the technology reaching consumer. Are there campaign or initiative, especially targeting household from the government?
Targeting, sorry? Household.
Are there campaign or initiatives especially targeting consumer, household today from the government?
You will see from the government itself, we're looking with partners. Taking, for example, the Circular Economy Council that the Minister of Economy chair, we've been working with, for example, Emirates Foundation to enable NIAMA's initiative. We've been working with, so if you look from the public sector, most of it will be a volunteering initiative carried on by local communities. Local communities are very much active, so at this point, we are supporting any initiative that is working on. You will have for example, coming here, I had a discussion with one of our partners, WWF, who has this very interesting initiative where they go and clean up. It's called Clean Up, actually. So they go and clean up areas. And for example, when they find cigarettes thrown, they're going to count each of the cigarettes. And from the number of cigarettes, they're going to increase the prices to make sure that whoever actually smoked would not throw it in the floor. So the less you throw, the price will go down. The more you throw, the more the price will go up. So there is actually local communities who are very much engaging with household, to ensure that there is this I would say dynamics between government, private sector, and household and consumer to make sure they're part of the discussion.
Thank you. This has been a rich discussion. Technology, strategy, policy, and now the critical consumer dimension. But let's end with something concrete that our audience can act on. Bilal, what should the business do tomorrow? If a hotel chain, again, food retail or restaurant, is starting from zero with AI, what's the one thing they should implement first to see a quick win and build the momentum?
Yeah, look, I think it would vary, to be honest, depending on the type of business. So it would be difficult to say what would be that one quick win which would cut across the board. But the recommendation that I would have is, especially if you're starting from ground zero, is truly look at your life cycle, the value chain that you serve, and see what nodes AI can be embedded in, right? Where do you have the data? And look at the pilot project, which will give you that confidence that we talked about, that this technology is real, and how can we push for innovation as a culture within the organization? Because at the end of the day, in large, let's say F&B groups, you have multiple departments managing multiple aspects. And at the end of the day, you need to also empower them to try, test new tools. And the best way to always do anything like that is at a pilot scale and then ultimately launch it at a bigger level. So the recommendation would be look at those pilots and those use cases where you can deploy it, but think across your value chain.
Thank you. So we have a clear path forward, individual businesses. Dr. Lubna, let me end with you on the big vision question. By 2030, can UAE become a global model where every food business uses AI to prevent waste as a standard practice? What needs to happen to make this vision real?
Well, I think we already have the basis. We already have the foundation. We already have a strong policy structure and framework, strong governance, where AI is at the center of our practices, is our center of our economic growth. It's one of the top priority. It's one of the new economy priority sector as well when it comes from FDI, when it comes from national and external investment. I think the way the ecosystem is placed in the UAE in terms of having having the food sector and the tech sector talking to each other, having a high number of incubator, especially for SMEs, and the UAE economy is majority SMEs, carrying this dynamic, carrying this full push to have AI being implemented in the food sector. It's there. I think we have, like I said, previous question, the infrastructure is ready. The connectivity is there. There is a war going on the need of data, and I think this work will bring a certain standardization in AI practice when it comes to what's the fundamental that we need to be able to use the data we have in UAE. And soon we can reach the same level that are in EU to make better decision making. We're looking into forecasting. UAE is one of the most active countries when it comes to forecasting, predictive analysis. One huge example is the Dubai Future Foundation. I think in the same time, UAE is have this global leadership where when we actually work on something, we achieve. So far, the past policies that we have put in place have given achievement, have given results. And the government has always worked in a way that we take the private sector with us on the table. we start, the Ministry of Economy, for example, it's easier for me to talk about the Ministry of Economy and Tourism. The minister has adopted this approach that have been working very well with the private sector. We always go from bottom-up approach. We ask the businesses, what's your issue? What's the challenge? What do you need right now to make things move faster? What do you want us to focus on first? We've been doing that with circular economy. We've been doing that with the National Food Cluster, and it worked. Having an open dialogue with the private sector, make them go on board with our own vision where we go towards having AI implemented, where we can have this discussion where we actually ask them, what do you need? If we want to have AI practices to be standardized and being AI in a systematic approach for the food cluster, what is required? And I believe this is what making it, I'll say, its ultimate objective to have an AI and systematizing any of our strategy and objectives.
Thank you. Sam, before we close, I have one more technology question. We've talked about AI predicting and preventing waste, but what about the waste that inevitable? Expiry, inventory, food that can't be sold. Are there AI solutions for distributing this food to charity or converting it to other use before it becomes waste?
Yeah, I mean, you see, starting always with the same point, data. Picture this, imagine the majority of restaurants would really run a very sophisticated IoT system there and monitors their entire food stock. So technically, if you centralize this on a platform, you could see at any second of this day what is available, what is close to be expired, what can we pick up and just use for other purposes, for charity purpose, or even to support somebody else. We just need the information. So on that way, you would really prevent food waste. We will not lose one single piece of food or rice or whatever we have there in our stock, because if we just share the data, we will make sure that everything, before it runs out, will be distributed somewhere else.
Thank you. Bilal, let me ask you about measurement and accountability. Once a business implements AI for waste reduction, how do they measure the success? What are the KPI should be they track, and how do they report it to the stakeholder, board, investor, customer who increasingly care about sustainability?
Yeah. No, I think, look, you can't manage what you can't measure, right? That's the infamous saying. So similar to the point of data, KPIs are key. Of course, they would vary on operational levels, but let's look at it at an operational level, right? So that would be, what is the food waste that you are either diverting or saving, right? Fundamentally, what's the quantum of that, right? Whether that's measured in kilograms or whether that's measured in the value that it costs you. But on the element on sustainability as well, and as you mentioned in your introduction, food wastage accounts for almost 10% of global greenhouses. So what's the impact of the carbon emissions of that waste as well? That's important to measure as well. So that's more from a operational and sustainability element. But when you look at it from a shareholder impact and financial perspective, you need to, of course, look at what's the investment that's being made in this and what's the return on that investment that you're saving as well, right? So for your programs at a project level, but at an aggregate level as well. So what's your ROI on your AI solutions overall, and the uptake on your business's trends, because there is an indirect impact of that, because we always talk about the direct measures, but there's also an indirect and induced impact of that on society as well. And last but not least is more on the human and adoption element, because if people are not adopting the technology, so it's important to track what is the adoption levels, how much are we embedding AI, how much of newer, innovative, novel solutions are being considered as part of our business cycle. So if you look at it from those three verticals, operational, financial, and then more on the adoption side, I think it will give you a good platform to at least track where you stand as a business.
Thank you. Dr. Lubna, one final question on regional collaboration. The UAE is a leader in this space, but food waste is a GCC-wide and global challenge. Is there regional or international collaboration happening? Can the UAE AI-driven solution policy framework serve as a model for the neighborhood country?
If it can, of course I will say yes. If you ask me, I will definitely say yes. UAE policies and models are scalable and transparent. They have proved that they are actually efficient. There is, again, results. UAE is not acting in isolation, especially when it comes to waste management, when it comes to sustainability. It cannot. First, because we cannot jeopardize the economy itself, but because we need the nature of the trade we have with our neighbor country means that we have to work with the neighbor country to fix this problem. When it comes to circular economy, when it comes, for example, to waste management in the food sector, we import a lot, we export a lot. We need to work with our neighbor country to make sure that the standards we use for waste management are the same. We don't want to, we want to avoid greenwashing, for example. We want to make sure that any decision that is made in one of the GCC countries is followed by the other, and making sure that we are going towards the same level of sustainability. When you talk about organic food, for example, it has to be the same level of organic food in UAE or in Qatar or in Saudi. When we talk about bioculture, it has to be the same. When we talk about agri-tech, it has to have the same level of the same understanding first, the same level of commitment, and the same level of practices and standards and baseline to make sure we're all doing the same work, we're all going towards the same objectives. If we work together, definitely you'll find a couple of committees and working groups like the GCC Food Security and Waste Reduction Committee. You'll find joint innovation ecosystem. The cluster is working, the food cluster is working closely with Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and Bahrain, for example, to improve the way waste management is handled in the region. We've been working with the FAO Global Food Loss and Waste Network. So instead of collaboration, yes, definitely there is. In terms of being a regional model, I would say we can be the model only if we have the neighbor's country with us. It's not, again, it's not an isolating work. And to make sure that we do the right thing, we need to work together.
Thank you. As we are about to close our discussion, if the audience has some more questions, we would like to welcome. It's okay. Then, if there is no question, I will ask each of you for one sentence recommendation. What is the single most important action the UAE should take in the next 12 months to accelerate the AI role in preventing food waste?
In preventing food waste, one sentence? That's difficult, but you didn't say how many words in the sentence. I would say 2 words, local community. If you don't want food waste, you need to include the one who, the end users. Without them, there won't be real effect.
Since Lubna covered the community angle, from a business's standpoint, I would say mindset shift. Having that mindset shift on AI adoption and using other technologies to reduce food loss and waste is critical to make the change happen.
Yeah, I mean, by the end of the day, when it comes to AI, I just have one major point. We need to learn how AI works and need to understand that AI is not a personality. And please stop saying ChatGPT told me. Yeah? I can't hear this anymore. Yeah?
What is clear from today's discussion is that addressing food waste requires action at multiple levels. Food business, the technology exists, the business case is proven. The first step is to start pilot program, quick win, building momentum. From government, policy framework, incentive, and consumer education campaign can accelerate the adoption and change behavior at scale. From technology perspective, continue innovating to make tools accessible, affordable, and user-friendly for everyone, from restaurant operator to individual household. But the most critical part are us as a consumer. If we represent 61% of the problem, whatever through smart shopping, better meal planning, or simply being more mindful about what we buy and how we store it, it's very important that household has to play a key role. The question isn't whether AI can cut food waste before it starts. Because it can, it does, and it will. The question is, how fast can we scale this solution across businesses and households that depend on all of us in this room and in our daily routine, where daily routine at work, at home, and everywhere. If we get it right, the UAE can become a regional model where the data and technology make our food system not just more efficient, but more sustainable. Please join me to thank our 3 outstanding panelists. Thank you very much.
Community, mindset shift, and understanding technology. What a beautiful way to wrap it up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next, we would like to ask the panelists for a group photo. Thank you so much. From plate to prosperity, it gives me great honor to welcome our next panelist, Jens Michael, CEO of AD Food Hub, Nadine Gboza, Director of Food Systems Coordination, IFAD, Bey Bahar Gava, Managing Director and Regional Leader of Frost and Sylvian Middle East, with the session being moderated by Robert Kopstas, founder and CSO of Ocean Harvest. Kindly help me in welcoming our next panelists.
Nadine, you're next.
Switch it up? Yeah, I think I'm there next to you. Oh.
Wonderful. Well, thank you very much, everyone, for coming to this exciting panel here. We have an esteemed group of 3 panelists here. We have the topic, Plate to Prosperity, the food sector's role in economic and national security. So, in recent years, we've seen how food has become more than nourishment. It's now a pillar of resilience, industry, and sovereignty. The UAE's food security strategy captures this shift, treating food as strategic infrastructure, essential to economic diversification and national stability. So, in the next few minutes, we're going to be exploring how smarter investment, better data, and innovative technologies can make food systems more resilient, not just for the UAE, but for the wider region. So, I'm excited here for an exceptional panel here representing international organizations, industry, and the private sector. And so I would like to actually kick it off by asking all of the panelists first to very quickly introduce themselves and highlight what's the specific angle in which they're approaching food systems. We'll start maybe with Abhay.
Sure. Thanks for the introduction, and I think you brought a very interesting term there on strategic infrastructure. That's interesting to hear it from that way. So, very good afternoon, everyone. My name is Abhay. I'm the managing director for Frost & Sullivan, Middle East. We're a global consulting firm headquartered out of the US, and we do extensive amount of work advising companies across the value chain, looking at food amongst other industries and talking about anything around feasibility, viability, opportunities, technology, etc. That's my play here. I'll be looking at this panel, trying to bring in inputs from perspectives on value chain technology and opportunities.
Thank you. Nadine?
Yeah, I think, is it on? Yeah. Good morning, everybody. My name is Nadine Bossa. I'm the Director of Food Systems at the International Fund for Agricultural Development. What it means, the International Fund for Agricultural Development that we call IFAD, is actually a United Nations fund, an international financial institution, which provides financing, investment, technical assistance to government, private sector organization to invest in food systems, in basically from production to transport to marketing to storage to processing. And we do that putting a special emphasis on small and medium enterprise, supporting them in low and middle income countries, because this is the segment of the food and beverage private sector which is facing the most challenges in accessing financing and investment. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Jens, you might want to move the mic a bit closer.
Hello, my name is Jens Michel. I'm the CEO of the Abu Dhabi Food Hub. Who don't know Abu Dhabi Food Hub, we are built in KEZAD Zone. The Abu Dhabi Food Hub will be the region's next-gen premier food trade hub, connecting local growers with the region, as well as global growers and producers with the UAE and the region. We are located in KEZAD Zone, which is geographically in a superior position, close to all relevant ports, airports, as well as road infrastructure. And we are building state-of-the-art facilities, ensuring cold chain integrity and enabling for digital smart solutions, transparency and trade going forward.
Amazing, thank you. So we'd like to dive in terms of framing the challenge here. Abhay, from Frost & Sullivan's perspective, what do you see as the largest issues impacting food security today on a global level? And what are the biggest opportunities there from an innovation and investment standpoint?
Okay, well, again, interesting prompt, and I'll probably break it into the challenges first and park opportunities later, or I'll be hogging the limelight here. Look, I think challenges-wise, let's, if I was to lay it really simply, and my fellow panelists here may do a better job at bringing in the true equations, food is scarce, right? It's not enough. And we know that. I mean, globally, there are different measures. You've got indices that talk about, food accessibility, for example, right? Availability, affordability. And we've got countries faring differently across it. But, I mean, that if we go down to the basics, you're talking about food getting aggressively impacted by climate change, for one. Right, that's a massive issue out there. There is the issue around water scarcity, and I've talked in the past about the energy and environment nexus, and you talk about food and water. I think it's a challenge that's going around, and then on the other side, you've got issues around, in this region especially, right? The tackling the issues of desertification, for example, right? Or the depletion of soil quality not meeting up with enough around agriculture, for example. So again, I think it's the whole question about the extent to which you're resilient to being impacted by the environmental factors on one side. On the other side, you know, and you can go with any kind of statistics, you got food imports at the moment in the GCC anywhere between 75% to 85%, depending on who you want to believe. To me, if I look at the panel and the context of resilience, I think the food imports dependency would probably be the single largest challenge that this region needs to address, right? And that's where the opportunity lies. The opportunity is then around how do we, you know, kind of get more done across the value chain within our countries, right? How do we create the right ecosystem to bring that in? And I think Jans was giving some interesting insights on that. So I think it's, I'd park it at that. Addressing the challenge of, you know, let's say, tackling the problem of excessive imports and creating opportunities through import substitution.
Amazing, thank you. Nadine, we had an interesting conversation there in the back in terms of how do we rally youth entrepreneurship and how do we perhaps harness, you know, the power of the private sector more broadly, not just looking at, you know, big corporates, but also maybe smallholder farmers and SMEs. Maybe you can comment a bit on, you know, how that is a great opportunity for solving some of these challenges.
Yes, indeed, it's a passion. I mean, it's a very fascinating topic. The youth agro-entrepreneur in the food sector. I mean, there's so much. I always say that the food sector is a captive market. I mean, everybody should be entitled to food in the world. So you are talking of everybody eats. So it's a huge opportunity. It's a huge market. And what we see in different regions in the world, but the one I come from, is to see how we see the youth engaging in the food sector. You know, there's been a traditional vision that the youth don't want to engage in agriculture. It is not something they want to do. It's backward. It's going to the field. But I'm here with colleagues, and we organize an engagement with the youth agro-entrepreneur in Africa. And you see this new generation, educated, bold, tech-savvy, business-minded. And they know there's a huge business opportunity in the agri-food sector, which is expected to generate trillions in the Africa region in the coming years. And they want to be part of that opportunity. They want to capture their market share, but they're asking for a fair ground, a fair opportunity. And they tell us when we discuss that, when we talk about attracting the private sector, government talk about this facilitating, de-risking, they always talk about, I was saying foreign companies, but my colleague here reminded me of multinational, of foreign investment, and they said, we are the domestic private sector. And what about making it easy for us, giving us access, basically engaging us on the same playing ground, and also with facilities that you give to the foreign sector. And they are not waiting for this opportunity. You see these enterprises have started, they are excited, they are making money, they are making income, but they want to go at scale, and they want to be able to engage with the leaders. At the same time, foreign and multinational companies are giving the same opportunities and giving the same attention, because we believe that this is where some of the transformation, if not most of the transformation, will come in the coming decades, from these young entrepreneurs who are really ready to capture this market and make a difference in the way food security is handled in some of the developing or low and middle income countries.
Amazing, thank you. Jens, maybe based on the work that you're doing with the Abu Dhabi Food Hub, how can nations like the UAE strike the right balance between food self-sufficiency and global trade realities?
It's a critical question, particularly for countries that have insufficient arable land or challenging access to the resources that you require to grow produce. The UAE imports well over 85% of its products, so we are very import dependent. We evolving over the recent years anyway, very strongly in domestic production. Your company is one of those examples, and making an impact and continue to grow at 4 to 5% of CAGR every year in terms of output. Is that going to be sufficient in the near-term future by 2030 or 2050 to have a complete self-sustainable and independent food ecosystem domestic? It is a long journey, and in the meantime, it's important to find the right balance. And the balance is not to focus on being immediately self-sufficient. The balance is building the balance in trade, enabling the local farmers, providing market access to the local domestic market via hubs, for instance, within the Abu Dhabi Food Hub, a trade framework and ecosystem that connects our growers here in the UAE with retail, with wholesale, with HoReCa, and with food service, but at the same time also enables regional exports into neighboring countries, and balancing this out with the needed and necessities of international import coming to the UAE going forward. So in essence, it's not about being completely independent from imports. They will always be required one way or another, given the heritage we are having here geographically as well as from a climate perspective, but building that balance. And at Abu Dhabi Food Hub, that trade ecosystem we are building will enable both of it and create that balance, so we successfully are able to actually creating that food security and building the food security ambition out that we are all aiming for here as part of this food forum as well.
Amazing. And I think this is a great segue into the next question around data, financing, and market intelligence. Because when we come to the topic of enabling self-sufficiency, enabling local production, but also ensuring, right, that global trade happens smoothly and is open and transparent, it's good to understand how data and technology, right, plays into that. So maybe we can actually start with you, Nadine, this time. Given your work at IFAD, how can better financial intelligence, knowing who invests, where, and with what impact, strengthen national planning, especially as it relates to the food sector?
Yes. Allow me to go back to, in terms of market intelligence or financial intelligence, to something Jens just said. Basically, it's about, as you say, finding the balance between what can be produced locally and what can be also brought to trade through the international trade. And you mentioned, taking the example of the UAE, of the availability of arable land and also of the capacity, and how do you compensate for that? From the region I come from, Africa, everybody knows that 60% of the arable land today is in Africa. With also, as I was mentioning, making the connection with the youth agenda, this is a huge opportunity to connect. Because here is an area where you have the land, you are talking about the market, and I was telling you about this young entrepreneur looking at the domestic market, but looking also at the export market as an opportunity. So this is also where the first intelligence is the market. So here you do have a market, a demand, and on the other side, you have the arable land, you have the people, you have the opportunity, but you lack the partnership, the access to finance, to investment. So these are the kind of things we are talking about where, as Jen is saying, it's about what can be done locally and what can be also complemented internationally. And going back to the issue of financial intelligence, we basically help governments in this country to say, okay, you have set up your priorities, which your priority might be to invest in infrastructure to render this, in order to basically provide the investment needed in the land and making it profitable, because there's some of the money which must be public investment. And so we work with some government. I take the example of the government of Niger. Just like here, we are facing the desertification. We need to invest in connecting with the market. We need to invest in irrigation. We need to invest in storage infrastructure to make it attractive to the private sector. And of course, in terms of land restoration, land management, water management, the government says if we don't invest in this, we cannot hope to develop the food industry, but also attract more investment. And the financial intelligence we do with them is to, for the first time, to be able to map their food system investment and look at where is the money going. And as we say, perception is not reality. I was talking with the Minister of Agriculture, and he was telling me, I'm so frustrated that I think a lot of money is going into food assistance, into social investment, which is needed to meet immediate needs, but does not provide the productive base to move into investment. And then we look at with them and we realize that, first of all, most of the money is not going to social assistance, but it's actually going to infrastructure. And he was surprised because it was a perception. But then we also help them to say, yes, you invest in infrastructure, but everything related to sustainability and environment, which you've put as your first priority, only receive 3% of the foreign or the domestic investment, while you told us it's the top priority. And this generates a lot of debates within the government on national budget and with partners to say, we said it should be sustainability and environment. This is where we put the least investment. We thought it was food assistance, but actually it's infrastructure. And then this financial intelligence allows them to better understand where the money is going, where it should go, and is the money meeting priorities, and have a more informed dialogue also with the partners and investors.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Abhay, how is Frost & Sullivan, or say other groups from the private sector, contributing to this data transparency and financing and market intelligence aspect?
I think, look, I'll split this into two mindsets. One, what Nadine just talked about, right, is the mindset of the government, right, where they're trying to look at understanding what should they promote and where should the money go, right? And that's where, when you talk about data and financial intelligence, it's important for them to really discover the gap, right? What's truly missing, but more importantly, what's the capability in the country, right? Not every country can produce everything, right? Not every country can successfully go and do livestock or go into, let's say, hydroponics, etc., right? So it's important to understand the capability that they have and that they could build, right? Evaluate the trade-offs, which are then in terms of emissions, in terms of, in terms of energy impact, right? In terms of water requirements, which are critical, no matter what part of the food value chain you work in, right? And then access to technology. Build those data sets and then decide what are the opportunities worth promoting across the value chain, right? And that's something that we're seeing extensively done here in the UAE. UAE's been a proponent for building clusters, building ecosystems that focus on aspects that could give you competitive advantage, and that makes sense from a national resilience. And that's where a lot of intelligence is going in and advice is going in. But then you shift to the mindset of investors, companies that are in the food value chain and that are trying to figure out what to do. And I think that's where the function of intelligence is really around what's the size of the opportunity, right? What kind of support am I going to get in terms of incentives, in terms of support mechanisms from the government or promoters here, right? What extent of financing do I have available? But then it's also important to look at understanding the risks and the challenges, right? And often we find that there's a severe there's a severe lack of intelligence, especially when you start looking at the Middle East, Africa region, right? If I compare it to Europe, there's so much that's made available for people that it's much easier to go in and start doing business. And I take a look at the Horizon Initiative, for example, where so much new technology is getting developed. And that's just happening because there's a whole bunch of intelligence being made available to people. And there's clarity on what kind of funding you could get if you go in and invest in something there, right? So I think there's good success stories, on leveraging intelligence in the right way. We're seeing the UAE do a fair bit of it, but I think there's still room for more to happen.
Thank you. Jens, we talked about how the Abu Dhabi Food Hub is this data native platform for trade and infrastructure in the food space. Can you talk a bit more about how you're contributing then, to these aspects, both, locally, regionally, and globally?
Yeah. I think just linking with the investor angle as an example, and investments in agri-food and agriculture is a long-term investments, capital intense, where the investors need aspects and need visibility. The reason why we build digitally native is we want to enable first in clarity around how is our product going to flow to market? How is our product going to be handled? At what quality is it going to be handled? How do we, at the end, are able to commercialize it? The second part is, for me, transparency. Through being digitally native, nowadays, the tools are available to build from the get-go an ecosystem that embraces the digital features that provide the transparency of trade, whether this is pricing transparency, logistics transparency, capacity transparency. All of this will lead to efficiencies which bring the cost of trade down, make it more efficient. Therefore, the route to market will be more profitable or cost saving. And as a result of all of that, that builds trust. That builds trust with the investors, that builds trust with the executors of the agricultural land, that builds trust with the associated framework, which are all our buyers in retail, HoReCa, food service, etc., that will absorb the product, that will buy the product because of that transparency. And from a Food Hub perspective, from an Abu Dhabi Food perspective, this is part of our core pillars on how we will enable that trade. Besides all the infrastructure that is state of the art, the location, the global connectivity. But this is one of our core pillars.
Amazing. Thank you. Nadine, can you tell us more about the 3FS initiative and how it's mapping resource flows across food systems? What key trends or gaps beyond the ones already discussed has IFAD identified?
Yes, I can speak about it, and also the link with the transparency, and we call it the mutual accountability agenda. When we talk about transparency and also we bring it accountability for the kind of food that is being produced, whether in terms of climate footprint, in terms of nutrition, in terms of fair incomes and living conditions, this is also the kind of traceability people are asking for. Okay, and coming again from the United Nations, we also have a role in terms of looking into this data, and I would encourage you to look at a very interesting report, which is from the World Benchmarking Alliance, which basically look at the 350 food companies in the world, which hold about 50% of the market, of the food market. And this will be interesting to see how the UAE fetches in that, because it's basically, and I'm just going to make it flat because it varies, but you will see that about 80% of the biggest food companies in the world do not meet climate and sustainability requirements, meaning that they do not have climate goals. Also, about 80% of them do not have nutritious food goals, or over 80% of them do not have goals in terms of providing decent incomes and working conditions, knowing that in the food sectors, this is where you have the majority of the poor people working in factories, in the field, in transport industries, that the people who are the worst paid in the world. So when we talk about traceability, it's not only about traceability of financing and investment, but it's also about what kind of food industry do we have today, and how do we hold them also accountable while allowing them to make the profit and the benefits they are entitled to make. And this is where, with the UAE emerging as a global leader in the food industry, my questions will be, which kind of food industry are we talking about? Are you going to be among the 20% of the companies which are paying attention to the climate footprints, nutritious food, working condition, decent wages? that it's something also that's the kind of food industry people are asking for today, and that would make a difference in the world. And when we look at the 3FS, which is tracking financial flows to food systems, it's basically tracking where which kind of investments are being made. Are the money going more towards climate resilient sustainability? Is it going towards nutrition? Is it going towards infrastructure? Where is the money going? And you realize that the data shows that the money is not going where people say it should go. And this is, if I can say, a baseline for decision makers from the private sector and the public sector to kind of rethink is, are we investing the right way, in the right place, and with the right level of resources?
Amazing, thank you. Abhay, I'd like to ask you as well to kind of build on maybe what you mentioned earlier. What factors will most influence future investment decisions in the agri-food sector? We talked a little bit about, the global challenges around water scarcity, climate change, the whole kind of food import-dependent aspect. You talked about how the private sector also needs to better understand the different trade-offs, right, between technologies or products and what are like the strong capabilities of the country, right? What are some other kind of key aspects?
So for me, I would say that for me, the single trend that's going to become overarching is going to be technology. But technology focused on outcomes of, like Nadine was saying, circularity. So I'm going a step above sustainability, right, and talking about the circular economy. So utilizing technology in the food sector to ensure things stay circular, okay, and for maximizing nutrition while minimizing resources. I think that's going to be the bottom line I would stick to.
Okay. Amazing. Jens, in a similar vein, how is the Abu Dhabi Food Hub making the food sector investments more commercially viable?
Very, very simple, through efficiencies. Efficiencies driven either, as I mentioned earlier, by data, by the right connectivity on logistics, supply chain, having the right connectivity to maritime, to air, to road, to rail, to shorten the route between growers to the market. Preserving nutritional values plays an important role in it. Shelf life preservation, reducing, for instance, food waste and scrappages because of ineffective shipping routes, logistics routes that disallow effective transportation from A to B. And on top of that, multiplying through the hub the potential for a grower or marketer of food products, their exposure to the market, and actually exponentially grow their potential buyer base. And we can enable, through our logistics services, the transportation as effective as possible from A to B.
Okay, amazing. I would like to ask one more question and then a closing question, but I'd like to double click a little bit more on the environmental aspects here. There's various different statistics, but something in the range of 35 to 40% of global greenhouse gas emissions could be tied in some way, to agriculture or food production. So how do each of you approach the question of environmental sustainability here? And how does that also play a role within that context of economic and national security? How do we tie, those kind of two, the need for more food sustainably, right? And food security, food sovereignty, but how do we also do that in such a way that doesn't, negatively impact, national security in other ways, right? Through the climate lens. So maybe, I don't know, Nadine, maybe, you have some views on that.
Yeah, I think, unfortunately, despite different opinions emerging in the world today, it's not, we don't have the luxury of choosing between national food security or sovereignty and sustainability. again, because we are here also to provide this data, these statistics, this intelligence to guide the way investments are made. I mean, one has to know that food system, and most people know that, is 30% of the green gas emissions today. The way the food systems operate, from the production to the transport to the processing to the distribution, it's 1/3 of the green gas emission. And we always say that while everybody look at the sector of the energy, the sector of the transport, there's no regulation on the food sector because the lobby in the food industry are so strong that they have escaped up to now being accountable for meeting sustainability targets. And why the Secretary General of the United Nations called a food system summit is one of the issues. It was linked to the last COP, is that we can continue to dealing the sustainability agenda and the food security and the food sector. It is linked. And it has to be changed the way the food is produced because, well, food is a question of national security, but it's also a question of survival of the people and the planet. It seems like a bit political jargon, but it's a reality that we are all suffering from the climate change today. Unless the way the food is produced, transported, or consumed today is drastically changed, there's no path to change in terms of green gas emission because the food industry represents 1/3 of it. So there's no delinking of these two things. It has to be tackled together.
Amazing, thank you. Jens, how is the Abu Dhabi Food Hub showing leadership with regards to environmental sustainability and the climate agenda?
Having seen over the years, and coming from the food industry and coming from food wholesale, due to inefficiencies, whether it's in related services, government services such as customs, etc., or clearances and or logistics services, there's a lot of elements that we tackle to improve. We're working very closely with our local governments on providing fully integrated solutions on that to reduce exactly these shelf life deterioration. On top of what I said earlier, combining this with our digital assets, delivering efficient trading routes, efficient route to markets, continue the preservation of nutritional values and reduction of food waste in itself, that will play a major role for us contributing to this context.
Amazing. Thank you. Abhay, I see you were taking some notes. Maybe you have something to tell us.
Well, trying to construct my thoughts on a question that's really challenging, in my opinion, because you're really talking about trade-off of producing food versus managing the environment, and they're both compelling topics. Both are part of the UN Sustainable Goals, right? Look, I think I'd probably pick up something from what Nadine was saying, and maybe it's a bit of a different spin-off. When you talk about policies and you talk about regulations, right, I think it's important to look at maybe traceability mandates, and that's something I was commenting on earlier as well. If you have governments, you have food authorities coming in and mandating traceability that ensures that they're trying to you're starting with collecting and assessing if things are being done the right way. That's when the whole ecosystem will come in and start reporting things, right? But if you don't start with that, then any policy or mandate that you bring in may not get enforced. That's the first part. The second part, again, links to what Jens was talking about, and I firmly believe in it as well, is about minimizing waste across the food value chain. And that's where you're talking about it right from production to transportation to consumption, right, across all three pillars. How do we minimize that? And then that goes back to technology, which I was talking about earlier, right? You got aquaculture, you've got circulatory systems, right? You've got, the glass houses being used. There's a whole number of ways that you could ensure the technology is being used for converting, for example, food waste into animal feed, right? And that's a circular element coming in. So investing in the right technologies can definitely allow you to reduce environmental impacts substantially, okay? And I think all of that should be brought in, but then you can talk about all of this, but if it isn't given the right structure, it won't work. And then that goes back to the part about traceability mandates.
Thank you. In wrapping up, I would like to ask the panelists, in one sentence, to share what do you believe is the most critical lever for achieving food system resilience and economic prosperity? So we'll go around. Maybe we'll start with you, Jens, and come back towards me.
For me, specifically, obviously, for our UAE, it's finding the right balance between nurturing and navigating the growth on local production and the relative route to market, and a flexible balance of import. That is going to be the food security element going forward. Food security is not just a defensive mechanism, it's actually enabling having continuous access to food in the country, even through crisis. And having that right balance enables the UAE going forward, in my view, to be one of the top-ranked countries in the world in terms of food security, because all the global food trade routes will, and through a majority already going through via the UAE.
Amazing, thank you. Nadine, what do you see as the critical lever?
I think for me, it's two words. It's what I would call mutual benefits, which means that it's about food security based on return on investment. You have the private sector. And at the same time, the other word you mentioned, prosperity, social, economic, environmental benefits. And these two are not opposed. They are beautiful models where they are brought together. You allow the private company to do what they are there for, meet a demand, make returns on investment, and at the same time, you have the public sector, the policies making sure that it brings benefits to the people, to the society, and it's sustainably environmentally sustainable. And I think this is still the exception. And there are many successful examples that we have to bring to scale so that it becomes the norm.
Amazing.
That's
Thank
what I
you.
would say.
Thank you so much. Abhay, how are we solving the world's problems?
I wish, but yeah, I think I would say it's on a sector like food, it's important to have a very clear demarcation between what the government does and the industry does. And as long as you got governments coming in and bringing in the right mandates, the right direction, the right policy and the infrastructure, okay, you've got the industry to take the lead role on technology, on selection of what's most appropriate where, and ensuring the right supply hits the ground wherever it's needed.
Amazing, thank you. So thank you very much. In summary, we have navigating the balance between self-sufficiency and open trade. We've got the concept of mutual benefit, social economic prosperity, and also the environmental aspects. And we have the right policies and enablement for the private sector to be able to innovate and drive technological innovation. So thank you very much for this insightful conversation, and looking forward to engaging further. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next session highlights the UAE's efforts in sustaining the bus when it comes to the honeybee development. Please help me in welcoming the panelists, Dr. Saad Al-Masari, Agriculture Research Expert at ADAFSA, Dr. Zuhaira, a Honey Research Specialist, Mahra Al-Nagbi, youngest Emirati beekeeper, Dr. Ihsan Jum'a, lead researcher at ADAFSA. And moderating this session, we have Dr. Fuad Lamgari. Off to you, Dr. Fuad, please enjoy.
Hello, everyone. Before we start, so we have new rules here. So I brought some honey, so I will ask my speakers if they know the origin of this honey, just watching.
It's a quiz.
So this is the first question, okay? It's not in the program, but we will start like this.
That wasn't in the script.
No, not in the script. This is the only test that we have to do. So I am asking our expert, do you know the producer of this honey?
Samar.
Yeah.
Raf.
But
no.
Who's the producer?
Producer, ADAFSA.
ADAFSA, yes, correct one. So this is the rule. Eh? If you ask smart question, the three first smart question, you will get one honey jar, okay? If you ask very hard question, or you will get this jar. That's fine? Let's start. So thank you very much. So let's start. So welcome to this panel session. We will talk about honey. Honey is sweet. We love honey. We use honey for medicine. We use honey for our health. We use honey for gifts. But believe me, honey is sweet, but making honey is not sweet at all. It's very hard work. So here we have our experts. We have the old generation, Dr. Saad, the new generation, Dr. Ihsan, Zahira, and
the old.
Okay.
I'm old as Dr. Saad.
And we have Mahra, the next generation. So now we will try to understand. You know, the situation is quite bizarre and amazing. We have a very harsh climate. We have very harsh condition to make honey in the Emirates. And still, we have one of the best honey in the world. And still, we have really a very good aquaculture and a strong research ecosystem on honey. So we have the expert with us. We have two experts from ADAFSA. ADAFSA is leading the honey research and the plant research in the United Arab Emirates. We have Zahira. She is the president of the UAE Foundation. She is doing a great job transmitting the knowledge. We have Mahra. Mahra is our future, by the way. So it's quite amazing to have a young generation adopting this, the beekeeping and the honey. So I will start my first question to,
I can't hear.
1 second. I need my glasses. Okay, so the first question that I want to ask, I want to start with Dr. Ihsan. Dr. Ihsan, we know your background. You are from ADAFSA. You are doing a good job. But can you explain a little bit what's ADAFSA journey?
ADAFSA's journey during the research.
Yes.
In fact, let me start with the words that our journey is really exceptional one. And we start in 2015. The situation was really challenging. Mostly because, as you know, as also you have a background on beekeeping, that most of the beekeeping colonies are dying off due to many reasons. And the beekeepers has every year to import new colony, not every year, in fact, every season, to import a new colony in order to start his own business. The dying off is due to many reasons. So when we start from the beginning,
Yeah,
we start
this
from,
is really-
from analyzing the gap and where is the problem. From this information we have get, we start our programming in the research, where we find that we need to focus for, before we start with the breeding and improving the bee breeds, we have to address the challenges that are facing that, to overcome the problem of dying off. So we depends in our research journey on in 4 main parallel pillars. The first one is developing a package of technology that serves as, that ensure that the beekeeping and colonies will continue from 1 year to another and throughout this year. The second one is improving.
Can you explain this a little bit? It means that we have the bees dying twice a year, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And you solve this problem of deaths?
The problem was coming from different aspects. It's not one problem, in fact. It's first from the varroa mites. The second one is the poor nutrition, and the forage is very scarce in the UAE. The third one, the absence of a local bee breed adapted to the UAE condition. And the fourth reason is mainly due to bee eater and extreme high temperature. So during our research, we have developed an innovative technology in order to overcome these problems, these challenges, and we succeed to improve the percentage from 10% die-off of the colony to 96% of the colony, which is very high.
Which is really amazing.
Yeah, this is the first barrel. The second barrel in research, we start with the bee breed improvement program. We do selective, and we build a solid and scientific breeding program for selecting the high performance lines of bee breed. The third one is to enhance the flora, and forage, which we consider is very scarce in the UAE, but we discovered that there is a rich and there is a good type of flora that can be used in order to fill the gap between summer and cedar. And the fourth parallel that we have used is to transfer know-how technology from our research station to the beekeeper and start training them on the new protocol and the new practices that ensure that the beekeeping will continue all throughout the year. So at the end of now, we are standing that this continuity and sustainability that we start with, we reach to the stable and more sustainable condition with the beekeeping.
Thank you very much, Doctor. So you have at least 4 or 5 different huge complex problems that you addressed in Adafsa, which is quite amazing. It's really, and you are telling me this is 15 or 20 years work, right? This is 15 years work.
When we start from 2015. So it's around 10 years ago where we start, and we are standing on a stable and solid foundation.
This is really amazing. So my next question is to...
For me or...
my next is to Mahra. Mahra, this is a very hard work. So why you have this passion for beekeeping?
So first of all, I would love to introduce myself. My name is Mahra Al-Naqbi, known as the youngest beekeeper in the United Arab Emirates. I'm 13 years old, and my journey started in 2022 when I was 9 years old. So there is a foundation. They train you how to be a beekeeper. So since there, I learned about beekeeping. After getting my certification, I started with 2 hives, and then I started producing honey. So that's how my journey started, and my family supported me.
This is really amazing. So definitely the next question is for you, Zahira. How it's possible to get them out of TikTok and YouTube and get them being beekeepers?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
This is for Zahira because I'm asking Zahira.
Sorry.
So Zahira, how it's possible to, based on your experience, and you are promoting young beekeepers, so how, I don't see it as an easy work.
You don't see? Sorry.
As an easy work to get the new generation adopting this technology, doing beekeeping, loving honey and bees?
So, first, we're a non-profit organization that focus on education, right? And so we're the Beekeepers Foundation, and we have a special focus on youth. And last year, for the first time, we hosted an international event called International Meeting of Young Beekeepers, which is a competition that regroups countries from all over the world. And we decided to look for young beekeepers to represent the UAE. And we assembled a team of 3 young beekeepers, aged 12. And they were extremely motivated, and they had 2 beautiful mentors, 2 lady mentors, 2 lady beekeepers. And the passion that you see and the dedication that you see in these youth is extremely, how can I put it, inspiring. So they competed on a world stage for the first time. They were the youngest delegation with 12 years old, and they ranked so high and they behaved so beautifully, so that you can see that by instilling, this pride that they're representing their country, they put more efforts to excel, and what they have achieved is absolutely stunning. So they were ranked top 10 for a first participation and being in the youngest teams. So in my view, I was interviewed that day, at that time, and they asked me, where do you see the future of beekeeping? And I can tell you, it lays with the youth.
And you told them, Mahra, this is the future of the beekeeping, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. This young generation, in general, is more inclined in protecting nature, in sustainability. They're really aware. And they believe in sustainable beekeeping. So they are, in my view, the best ambassadors and the best.
Yes, definitely. Can I ask you one question? Was this involvement of the youth an important criteria? I know that you won the Apimondia, so ADAFSA and the Federation for Beekeeping. Foundation for beekeeping. So I know that you won the organization of Apimondia. Was this criteria of involving youth in beekeeping, was it important in the qualification?
Absolutely. So we're proud to announce that we will be the next host of Apimondia Congress. For those who are not familiar, Apimondia is the International Federation of Beekeepers Association worldwide, yeah, and we are members here with ADAFSA as well, and we have bid to host the next Congress. So in 2027, this big event is coming to the UAE, and we invite you all to come and so a little bit of promotion here to come and attend this amazing event.
Thank you.
We brought our candidacy in a light of, okay, it's very unlikely that a country like the
It's
UAE,
surprising, yeah.
small, young, in arid lands, can have beekeeping. So this is the misconception. This is the idea that we want to bring here, which is shedding the light on all the efforts that are being done in the country, in the region, in terms of beekeeping, and in terms of education. Our mission as a foundation is mainly educational, and there is a lot of initiatives that we promote, including the youth, including women empowerment. So this is a central piece that we want to highlight. So the theme that we brought forward is beekeeping for the future. And beekeeping for the future in terms of education, innovation, and sustainability, which is three pillars that the UAE beekeeping stands on. So yes, we will focus mainly on these pillars, and we will make sure to bring new blood. This is what we keep telling Apimondia. We need new blood. We need a new generation of beekeepers.
Yeah.
So if you have in your surroundings youth that are interested in beekeeping, we have a national team of young beekeepers that we want to promote and to bring to life. So please get in touch with us.
Thank you very much, Tahira. We appreciate your effort, and we are really proud of the effort of Adafsa and your efforts. And we are proud that the United Arab Emirates and Dubai will host the Apimondia 2027. It's a huge achievement for the United Arab Emirates. And now let's go to Dr. Saad. Dr. Saad, you are a senior researcher. I think you are probably the oldest researcher in honeybee in the Emirates. No, James is older than you. But you are the second one. It's quite complicated. This is a very complicated business, beekeeping. What do you think? What are the main challenges that the beekeeper are facing here?
What? I can't understand.
What are the main challenges that beekeepers are facing in this region?
Okay, thanks, Dr. Fad. So the main challenge for the beekeeper here in United Arab Emirates is summertime, the gap of summertimes. In fact, the heat stress. So it's very difficult for beekeeper to keep the bees during the summer. It's very hard for them to find a way how you can protect the bees against the heat stress. ADEFSA was built and they designed a strong program. This program is based or rely on scientific basement. This scientific basement directly focused in some honeybee races and started in 2015 to evaluate some honeybee races. Comes from outside of United Arab Emirates, and we are focused in the standard honeybee races like Apis mellifera carnica, they imported from Jordan, Apis mellifera yamanica, imported from Saudi Arabia, and Apis mellifera logistica, we have 4 lines is imported from Australia. And we have hybrid lines that comes from Egypt. It's a hybrid between logistica and carnica. Apis mellifera logistica, it's Italian bees. Apis mellifera carnica is European bees, and Apis mellifera yamanica, it's Arabian bees.
Dr. Saad, one question. We have a lot of species and of bee species that we can have in the Emirates. We can outsource. We can buy a lot of different bee species. How can we select them? What's the best one? What's the worst one? This is quite interesting question.
Yeah, after we get all of these races, we evaluate it again adapted for our environmental conditions, for honey production, for resistant against Nosema and Varroa. And after that, we start our first generation. It comes from Apis mellifera yamanica or Arabian bees and Australian bees. This is the first one. After that, we get to the second generation. This is the critical point for this program. How you can create our generation. We go through the drone of the bees. The drone means the male, because the drones have the pure DNA of honeybees. Why? You know, the drone is, as a genetically is 1N. That means the drone completely comes from the mother. Drone in the bees don't have any fathers, it's coming from the mother. In this one, we can completely sure the DNA of the honeybees is completely pure DNA from Yamanetica. So collect the semen from Yamaneca bees and use pure queens to produce our second generation and called it Emirati bees. After that, we try to find a way how we can protect this race. And to protect this race, we need to evaluate with the beekeeper. We produce the queens, distributed for the beekeepers, and evaluated with the beekeepers. Until now, we have 10 generations. We produced more than 22,000 queens and distributed more than 18,000 for the beekeepers.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Your work is amazing, and honestly, you are changing a lot in the beekeeping business in the United Arab Emirates. الآن خليني أروح على let's go back to Dr. إحسان. Dr. إحسان, how can we make the bees stronger? I don't know, is this the right question? Should we make them stronger, or should we just look for the bees that are strong or adapted to the climate? What's your opinion on this matter?
Yes, of course. You can use the
Can we
term.
give them vitamins and just no?
Yeah.
نعمل لهم تمارين يعني
It's a
they go to the
kind.
gym and how can we get?
It's customized for them. In fact, when you are seeking for having strong bees, in fact, you are dealing with two main approach. One is the genetics, which already Dr.
الجينات.
The first one, yes, and the second one is environment, which include your management, pest control,
But can we
and
work on
supplement.
genetic? يعني, is there no solution or just basic?
It's two parts. So I say it's genetics and also the environment. In the genetics, we do a very scientific approach in doing selecting and selecting the high performance lines. And we use artificial insemination and mixed semens from different kinds, from different drones in order to give our
So
bee bread.
one of the answers is the genetic
diversity.
selection, right?
The first one, yes, at the top. Then for the environments, we start with the pest management and control, where varroa mites was the most main problem for dying of this colony. So we have tested in several synthesized and natural acaricide, and we choose the best for the UE. This is in one side. The second side, Doctor and our team had developed naturally made substance made from lactic acid for the nosema and thyme solution extract for the varroa. By that, we had minimized, you will never control 100% the varroa destructor, but you will minimize it when you are putting your treatment on the same time, on the suitable time. This is one approach. The second approach we have developed from gravity and other resources is supplement. As we said from beginning, that shortage in forage and nutrition, poor nutrition for bees is the second problem, is the challenges for dying off. So we have developed different kinds of supplements collected from the native resources, which can help us, especially in the time when there is no forage in the area. The second approach was to develop a protocol, a yearly program for the beekeeper, which he has to follow exactly in order to keep his bees strong and at the same time productive. And we do many workshops in order to train them, and we have a good feedback from the beekeepers where they ensure that
Are you training يعني the technician and local beekeepers on artificial insemination? Because it's quite complicated. Huh?
In fact, it's now restricted for our researcher. We have 5 researchers who had trained on artificial insemination, and really they developed their skills, and they now really amazing in doing artificial insemination, and we have a high percentage of success. You know, artificial insemination, there is some...
Yes, you have to do, is the work under microscope? I'm a chemist, by the way. I don't like to work with microscope.
You need to pass to our stand so you can see our artificial insemination.
And she will go, Mahra will go to your stand.
Yeah, that's...
you can teach her.
Yes. And for other approaches, we in order to make sure you make her feeling...
اوكي next question مهرة حسألك بالعربية اوكي السؤال مهرة احكي لنا القصة بتاعك يعني كيف رجعتي بي كيبرز اي عسل تعملي كم خلية عندك كيف الاشياء هذه
الحمد لله انتجت اكثر من نوع عسل انتجت عسل السدر عسل السمر والقرم والازهار وعندي 35 خلية
كم
35 خلية
يا بيزنس وومن ها
إن شاء الله كاثرة مع نهاية السنة يكونوا 50 خلية.
this is very good. والله جيد جدا يعني والسؤال اللي عندي ليك يعني أنت تبيع المنتوجات بتاعك؟
هي الحمد لله بالعادة أونلاين بس الحمد لله الحين قمت أشارك في معارض ومؤتمرات وأعرض من منتجاتي.
أوكي شكرا لك. Next question, Ms. Zahira. Ms. Zahira, of course, you talked about your experience working with beekeepers. Then, what's the importance to bring such big event like Apimondia to the...
Sorry, cannot hear.
يعني, what's the importance? Why it's important to bring such big events and to the United Arab Emirates?
I can't hear.
What?
You don't hear me. Okay. Why it's really important to bring event like Apimondia to the United Arab Emirates?
Yeah. So, as I mentioned before, Apimondia is the global go-to worldwide for beekeepers. So it's it has different components. It has an Api Expo, which is a huge expo for beekeeping equipment, queen breeding, honeys, etc. And then you have the scientific component, which is like a symposia of different themes, such as biology, pollination, etc. And then you have an interesting other aspect, which is like a local flavor, which is the excursions, the technical excursions. So imagine bringing the whole world to this region and showcasing the richness. Dr. Ihsan calls it a desert miracle, and it truly is a desert miracle. So we know that in like the global heat waves, you know, the climate change is affecting the whole world, and us, the vulnerable regions such arid zones even more. So we, despite all these challenges, we're able to develop a sector that is very unlikely, but is very important for the survival of our biodiversity, for our food security. The panel before was talking heavily about food security. So beekeeping is a main instrument in this region to secure the future in terms of food and biodiversity. So we want to showcase all the efforts that are done locally and give ideas. I mean, the main focus of Apimondia is is to promote beekeeping, but what we see year after year is that it's mainly focused on the northern regions, the honey producers. So there is very little that is focused on our regions, although arid lands, as you know, cuts across all continents, and it's a big part of the landscape. And beekeeping can be a solution in terms also of economy security. So all these movements of people from the south to the north could be mitigated through beekeeping. So these are the aspects that we want to showcase. There is a lot of efforts done locally from ADAFSA, from Fujairah Research Center, from Sanad. So we are a small country, we're a young country, mainly in terms of beekeeping, but there is a lot that is being done and worth showing and be proud of.
Thank you very much, Tahira. We fully agree. Beekeeping and honey is part of the food security. Without food security,
how did I forget about the honey?
Yeah, of course.
And of course, we have one of the best honeys in the
Yes,
world,
yes,
and this is what you call the desert miracle, the honey.
And we have a lot of study and research study that are demonstrating that the Emirati honey is really superior to other honey in many, many parameters, many qualifications.
Yeah, I have attended a few lectures a few years before at Apimondia, specifically on the comparison between Manuka honey and cedar honey.
Yeah, cedar is superior.
Yeah?
Definitely, yeah. The last study that we have done with the University of Sharjah.
So we have to seal the deal here in 2027.
It demonstrating that the Manuka anti-inflammatory and antibacterial property are inferior to the cedar honey, definitely. This brings, we know we have experts like you, doctor, and we have big organization like Sanad, like ADAFSA, but this is the, let's say this is the research. How it's possible? How are you connecting between the discovery that you are doing in research and the beekeeper and the training, يعني the real world, the business and the training?
أنا ما سمعتش أي حاجة. والله مش أنا.
Yeah. My question, Dr. Saad, you are doing good and amazing research and you have good results. How are you connecting between your results and the beekeeping industry or the beekeeper training? ما تسمعني؟ It's كيف تعمل connection بين الريسيرش وبين البيكيبين وبين التريننج، بين الثيوري وبين البراكتس.
For the protected for the bees and honey. How we can protect the bees and how we can
the question, you have discovery, then you have people working on the field, you have beekeepers, and how are you matching between both of them? كيف تحول, how are you transforming the research to practical things?
Okay. So in ADEFSA, in fact, we have many channel to connect with the association, with the beekeeper. We have cooperation with the association, and for the beekeeper, we have many training courses. We are starting to register all the beekeeper to join us for the training courses, for the festivals for honey. We have always have a channel to contact with the beekeepers, but mainly the scientists. We have to share with the beekeeper the outcome of our projects, our experiments about honey production, about honeybee diseases resistant, pest resistant, and so on. So we are working now how we can protect our bees, and in the same time how we can produce a pure honey that are completely free of antibiotic, free of pesticide, and so on. The first thing is we need to have a specific treatment, we can say natural treatment against Nosema, against Varroa, the main two pests and diseases that attack the bees here in United Arab Emirates. We have many pests and diseases that can attack bees outside of Emirates, but in UAE, we have the main one is Nosema, and we recommend it for the beekeeper, and we had a training course last September, how the beekeeper can treat the hives against especially Varroa and Nosema. You can use honey vinegar against Nosema, lactic acid bacteria, and against Varroa you can use simul extract, or you can use oxalic acid. So this is a natural products you can use to treat the hives before the season and after the season. After the season, it's a critical time because when you extract the honey, the bees' immune system is completely down. So, and this time is the time for Nosema to attack the mid gut of the bees. And the Nosema, we said it's a silent diseases, and the beekeeper cannot have any diagnosis before the bees dies. He suddenly found that all the bees is dying, and this becomes before the Nosema attacks the mid gut after you extract the honey. Beekeepers here are completely extracted the honey from the hive. You don't let any honey for the bees to eat or so on. So in this time, you need to treat your hive with lactic acid bacteria or honey vinegar or vinegar. But in this time, we need to treat the hive 3 times. And if you have this treated, you can't use any antibiotic. That means you will produce highly quality honey without any antibiotics. How you can share this with the beekeeper, how you can contact with the beekeeper, with a training course, with some message we send to the beekeeper, with the people who registered with ADIFSA, all of this we can move to them, and also distribute it for many of the beekeeper lactic acid bacteria to use against Nosema.
Thank you very much, Dr. Saad. It's really interesting to see how you are bridging this gap. Let me go back to Dr. Ihsan. So this is the last question, okay? So we'll finish with this last question. Dr. Ihsan, can you just relate to some success story from ADAFSA experience? And this is the first question. The second one, what's your advice to the new generation, how they can become researcher in this kind of particular research?
I think we have a life success story here. The new generation that they are engaged in the beekeeping, and that's a kind of knowledge transfer from our researcher and even the beekeeper foundation to the new generation. On another note, I can remember that our beekeeper who had received an intensive training course in a competition standard, how to prepare their samples, this year had when in Paris and London in the honey show, it's called, award. They win 7 medals.
Oh,
6 of them are gold and 1 platinum. And really, I think this is the high impact that we see that our work and our transfer of information and sharing of knowledge with our beekeeper have a good result. But at the top of that, the main success story for us is when you have all conditions are against you, and then you achieve your goal. Here the story. In other countries, they have everything. All the conditions are with them.
So if I understand well, you got 5 medals.
Medal, yes. Medal.
You should give me one.
In London, we will borrow you one.
Okay. My next question.
The last, I think the conservation of Arabian honeybee, Apis mellifera yamanica, is the main success story that we have achieved in our project.
Thank you very much, Doctor. We will حنختم بمهرة. مهرة ما حسألك عن قصة نجاح لأن فقط جلوسك معنا هو قصة نجاح itself لأنك It's amazing يعني الشغل اللي عملتيه جيد جدا. ايش اللي تنصحي به هذا الشباب اللي مثلك اللي علشان يدخلوا في المجال هذا بتاع النحل؟ ما هي نصيحتك للشباب مثلك؟
نصيحتي لكل الأجيال القادمة وللشباب إذا حابين يعني يدرسون هذا المجال إنهم بداية يدرسون علم النحل وإنهم يوفرون الأدوات اللازمة، اللبس وكل شيء، وإنهم يوسعون من طموحاتهم وإنهم يركضون وراء أحلامهم.
اوكي شكرا مهرة، شكرا. Thank you very much دكتور سعد. Thank you زهيرة. Thank you دكتور إحسان. And thank you مهرة. Thank you very much. Now if you have any question please go ahead and don't forget. If you ask a very interesting question you will win a honey jar. Any question?
No, مفيش أسئلة.
Competition.
I will give all the jar to Mahara if no question.
Yeah, she deserves محاول. نحن فخورين فيكي جدا مهرة.
Okay, thank you very much. If there are no questions, so we will close this session. Thank you very much for your interest, and thank you for Dr.
يلا يا شباب. Let's go.
Sorry.
راح ترجع.
A special thanks to all our panelists and our amazing moderator. Next, we explore how precision nutrition and personalized meals are reshaping health and food innovation. Please help me in welcoming Dr. Mohammed Jamal, lead researcher at AFSA, Dr. Marija Ivankovic, research associate, Dr. Muad Batina, Assistant Dean and Associate Professor from the Department of Nutrition and Health of the UAE University, and Sonia Ashar, founder of NutriCal. Moderating the session is Dr. Karine Platat. Over to you, Dr. Catherine. Please enjoy.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry, we are running a bit late. Welcome to the panel discussion titled Precision Nutrition and Personalized Meals. I'm Professor Karine Platat, Chair of the Department of Nutrition and Health at the United Arab Emirates University in Al Ain. So the goal of our discussion today is to explore how precision nutrition is changing our way to think about food, health, and wellness. Precision nutrition actually goes beyond the traditional approach, one size fits all, and goes towards a new approach, integrating biological, physiological, lifestyle, and multiple other digital data. So this conversation is extremely relevant. We are now in the era of food innovation, artificial intelligence, data analytics, genomics, microbiome science, and all these different disciplines, they are now making precision nutrition and personalized meals possible. It is reshaping our environment, reshaping the way we deal with nutrition practice, education, and how the food and beverage sector is about to be modified as well. Before we start, let me first briefly introduce our distinguished panelists. Dr. Maria Jekic-Avankovic, I do apologize for the pronunciation, Research Associate at McGill University, School of Population and Global Health in Canada. Miss Sonia Ashar, founder of Nutrical. Dr. Mohamed Gamal, lead researcher at ADAFSA in Abu Dhabi. And Dr. Moaz Bataine, Assistant Dean for Student Affairs and Associate Professor in the Department of Nutrition and Health at UAEU. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for joining and sharing your expertise today. So let's start with the foundation. Let's start with the scientific foundation of precision nutrition. So, Dr. Maria, we know that genomics and omics in general, microbiome science is now progressing extremely fast. But what is the current level of evidence supporting precision nutrition?
Thank you. Precision nutrition, as you mentioned, is one of the... Okay. Is it better now? Yeah. Perfect, thank you. So, as you mentioned at the beginning, precision nutrition is one of the most dynamic and promising development that we have in public health and in disease prevention. It gives us a way to move beyond traditional generalized diet advice towards approaches that are more reflecting on our differences in terms of biology, genetics, and lifestyle. However, the public, as you mentioned, is really excited about what precision nutrition might bring, but scientific evidence data is still catching up in many areas. So the strongest evidence and tools that we have right now are definitely metabolomics and continuous glucose monitoring. So for metabolomics, in essence, if you want to explain what we are getting with metabolomics, it's a real-time biochemical snap of the individual response to diet, to nutrients intake. And while with continuous glucose monitoring, we are getting information how at a personal level, body is responding to the intake of certain food. And some individuals, after certain food consumption, will have a high spike in glucose, while others would not have. So this is, in essence, what was the information that we will obtain. And in addition to that, nutrigenomics and microbiome are giving us some exciting information at the personal level. At nutrigenomics tests, we are getting some information about specific variants, such as, for example, tetrahydrofolate receptors that are playing important role in folate metabolism, or FTO, like a fat mass and obesity genes that are associated with risk for obesity. So with this, this microbiome is highly individual and dynamic, And this is what also provides us a powerful tool that we can use in precise nutrition.
Yeah, thank you. That's very exciting, as you just mentioned, to see how the science makes precision nutrition so promising for the future of the community. So you highlighted that on one side, yes, lots of progressive have been done, but what are the main challenges which are remaining, and is there a hope to solve them within a reasonable amount of time?
Well, certainly there is hope, but as you mentioned, we are excited about new potentials. However, there are a few important challenges that we should look at, and the first one is definitely diverse multi-ethnic data, as most of the studies so far are conducted on the Western population. And in order to make precise nutrition efficient, we need to collect data from diverse regions, including Middle East, to have adequate data that we can work with across the regions. So that would be my number one challenge that I would love to see soon, that we overcome that. The second one would be data integration, as definitely we need standardized protocols and the ways how to handle this data collection and data use. And the third one would be long-term impact studies, as we have short-term biomarkers that are giving us the adequate information. However, we need long-term data, effect of the long-term effects of precise nutrition, which in particular, for example, how it will affect what the effect will be on diabetes, on cardiovascular diseases, as this is what we would like to see long-term. And then the final one would be ethical use of the data that we are collecting, as we are collecting the biological data that should be handled with cautious, in particular if the data is stored on the platforms that would require a strong protection. Those would be my top 4 challenges that I would love to see addressed in relatively near future.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for this insightful overview of the Scientific Foundation, highlighted on one side that already lots of progressive have been made, but at the same time highlighting some challenges related to the limited populations in which studies have been conducted so far, the lack of standardized protocols, and the lack of longitudinal data as well. So talking about precision nutrition is talking about science, but it's also talking about food innovation. How can we think about personalized meals without being able to provide the food that is appropriate to the single individuals? So, Dr. Mohammed, can you tell us a bit more regarding the role of the food innovation in enabling precision nutrition?
Yes, thank you for your invitation. Food innovation is the heart of precision nutrition. When select any ingredient for innovation, new food based on innovation, any type of food should be focusing on different criteria before we start. It should be selected based on safety, quality, and health benefits of each compound. After that, testing a chemical and microbiological hazard is a very important point when selected any ingredient for development any innovation food. And different study focusing on some ingredient like protein, carbohydrate, fat, fiber, ash, when selected its different point and balance for each ingredient development functional food. So when develop recent article about functional food selected based on prebiotic and probiotic and bioactive compound have promote health benefits for promote immune system or improve microbial balance in system, because different study work on the correlation between enhance gut microflora and mental health and mood is a very important point. And when focusing in different research about development functional food, selected bioactive compound in development functional food. Recently we have research about that using local biodiversity tree like Zizophilia, Acacia, Old Summer, and Cedar and Love tree for extracted bioactive compound for ingredient and fortification, different functional food for enhanced immune system and increased bioactive compound like phenol and flavonoids for increased antioxidant enzyme. Another important point in development any novel food is easy to integrate in a daily diet. It's a very important point to handle. It's very easy to use. And from my point of view, should be integrate different data analysis, microbiome data, genome data, in when create smarter, healthier, and most sustainable food system is a very important point when integrate or functional product. And already we have a project about with UAE about food pattern and food consumption data. We have a lot of consumption data. We will integrate this data for innovation, different type of food. Its help is very important. Data help us for innovation, different type of food. The last point in innovation, study focusing on personalization nutrition based on for each person, not diet for all, nutrition for all, different study focusing on development diet for each person is very important point in development in new innovation food.
Thank you. So according to you, what is currently missing in this area of food innovation, new food product development? What is missing to really strengthen the ability to develop this variety of food products?
Probiotic, yeah. Regarding probiotic, when call about functional food, is the probiotic is classification number 1. Probiotic, when select probiotic, especially lactic acid bacteria isolated from local environment is very important, is compatible with development any functional food in any society, but should be allow different criteria, safety, technological properties is very important, technical characteristics, resistant for bile, acid, and have antimicrobial activity, antioxidant activity, fortified in different functional food. We can enhance immune system and increase antioxidant enzyme and antimicrobial enzyme, and enhance for increase beneficial lactic acid bacteria in intestine and decrease harmful microorganisms. So increase the balance for beneficial microorganisms in mid-gut. It's very important.
Thank you, Dr. Mohamed. So after discussing the foundation of precision nutrition, let's move to the implementation. So what are the conditions that should be there to be able to implement precision nutrition? Dr. Moaz, from the academia perspective, the role of dietitian is transforming, it's changing. Dietitians cannot practice as they were used to do before, and they should integrate these new technologies, AI, bioinformatics, digital data. So what are the major educational challenges, and what are the changes that should be implemented in the curriculum to prepare the graduates to perform in this new era of precision nutrition?
Thank you, Professor Karen. Actually, this is a very, very important question. And just to say something, in the field of nutrition, maybe like we would have, not I would say like a hard journey in order to incorporate, let's say like the new developments into, let's say, the educational process. Within the field, for example, we have something, we call it like the multidisciplinary nature in the field of nutrition. Like, for example, and also you, Professor Karen, as a sport nutritionist, you know that we tend like to get information from other, let's say, like fields and majors in order to improve, let's say, like the learning process for the, let's say, future dietitian nutritionist practitioners. So in my opinion, I think the educational process, especially if we are talking about, let's say, like new developments, as both colleagues have mentioned over here, and to recognize the, let's say, I would say, like the multi-layer complexity of the human nutritional requirements would be something of a great chance for our future practitioners if we can grasp like those, let's say, contributions that would come from like other scientific disciplines into the field of nutrition. And again, I would say we don't have to start from scratch, because we already have like experience before. Like, for example, nowadays we have community nutrition, so we know the importance of the sociological component. We have nutritional psychology, we know like how the mental state and psychology would affect. The only thing that we are missing right now is like at the expert level, I know lots and lots of like colleagues and practitioners who can perform that. But at the, let's say, when we are talking about like transition into practice, this is where we have like to put like an extra effort. Because I want like those who are graduating from any program in nutrition to hit, let's say, like the ground standing. And to do so, we have to use like those, some of those like new tools. If you ask me, are those tools like mature enough to cover, let's say, or fill the required gap here? Unfortunately, I think like more research, as Professor Maria mentioned here, is required. Because like we need like to look into not only at the clinical level research, but also at the basic level research. Is it there? Have we validated, let's say, like those new tools? I'm not talking about precision nutrition per se. I'm talking about like AI, let's say, assisted, let's say, practice. Of course, we have like evidence-based practice, but we need like to put more effort into, let's say, like a practicum training and to incorporate, let's say, like those new ideas, a new, let's say, like a new introduced concepts into the educational process.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Moa. That's very useful reflection of the current situation. So you did mention that definitely there are a set of new skills that should be integrated into the curriculum. So how do you imagine this new academic system? Let's say, do you see academia moving alone, or would you suggest to rather have some multidisciplinary curriculum with a collaboration with external entities?
Yeah, thank you again. Actually, I think something that we are blessed here, especially in UAE University, okay, that we have this kind of flexibility, like to develop, let's say, like a new program. For example, we can start, let's say, like a new program and incorporate, let's say, like, as you said, like people from other, let's say, disciplines, from other colleges or other departments or other programs in order to contribute to, let's say, like the development of such a new skills that are required. In your introduction into like the question, you said something about bioinformatics. And to be honest with you, like precision nutrition, it's all about like a prediction. It's all about simulation. It's all about, let's say, like the use of mega data. Like, let's say, like our students, and even within the program, okay, curriculum, we have to start introducing them into, let's say, machine learning and deep learning techniques. How to utilize, how to collect, how to use, let's say, like the collected data. How to incorporate them into, let's say, like their future practice, into their future profession. Like, for example, if they are giving a consultation, this consultation should be based on like deep knowledge, deep understanding about, let's say, even how the numbers are generated and how to use the numbers. So the curriculum process, I think it will not be like a big challenge per se, but like what to include in the curriculum would be like the big question. Do I need like to give them, let's say, like enough bioinformatics, let's say, like techniques? Do I have to take them into, let's say, understanding how like genetics and the genomics would influence their, let's say, decision later on as a practitioner? Those are like big questions, honestly. How to answer them? I think we need like to get like more people, more experts, like to, let's say, like incorporate, let's say, like people from the job market, the stakeholders, what we are expecting them to achieve. Do we have, let's say, like a niche for like, okay, or if there is like a need for such people? Of course there is, but like, is it now, is it later? Because we don't want like to end up with, let's say, a curriculum that is not applicable within like a few years. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Moa. That's, again, a very useful, these are useful comments, giving some thoughts and direction for the transformation of the education system. And that's a very good transition to talk about the role of technology. Definitely precision nutrition cannot exist without technology, without AI, without wearable devices. And Ms. Sonia, what is your opinion regarding how these tools, how technology can support the implementation of precision nutrition, especially here in this very enthusiastic market in the UAE?
Absolutely. So very good insights from my fellow panelists, and I think a really good segue to what we believe as well. No precision or no personalization is possible in general without good data. And what we realized when we embarked on this journey to make the UAE food ecosystem more transparent is the lack of data. So what we're actually starting with and what we are building right now is the largest food intelligence database, especially to support the local market. We all know what's happening in the UAE with lifestyle diseases, with the obesity crisis. So this has become quite urgent, I would say, for us to understand where we are in terms of the nutrition of the food that all of us are consuming on an everyday basis. We see this somewhere standardized in the packaged foods market. But all of us are now in the habit of going out to eat, ordering in almost 3-4 times a week. But our body does not have the information of what's going inside. For someone who has diabetes, to not know the sugar levels or the GI in a particular food item is not an option. I think we need to first use data, use AI to understand what we are consuming. And then, like again, the fellow panelists were mentioning, if we have this data in terms of what food exists, we have this data in terms of a blood marker or any information in terms of tastes and preferences of a consumer, and then we have consumption patterns as well. Can you imagine the impact we could have on, on the UAE and meet its plans in terms of eradicating this sort of health crisis in the future?
Yeah, it looks very exciting, right? So you did mention the lack of data. So how do you see do you see any solutions to overcome this challenge?
Absolutely. So I think this has to be a top-down approach. Unfortunately, we do exist in a time that we still have to encourage the food ecosystem to start becoming more transparent and healthier. And to be honest, I really see this happening in the UAE, and that is very exciting. When we talk about regulations such as Nutrimark, when we talk about the SAHI program, I think these are, with Nutrimark on the FMCG side, with SAHI on the hospitality side, I think this approach that's coming top-down to create this data, to gather this data about what exists in the market, how nutritious it is or not, and to provide that information to consumers to make more informed decisions and then have a personalized experience, I think this has to be the way forward. So I would say regulated transparency should be the way to go.
Thank you, Ms. Sonia. So it's very interesting to see here that the country has already started to be extremely active, putting the first stones to reach this ultimate goal of precision nutrition implementation. So I would like to open the floor to the audience if there is any question for the panelists. There's no microphone. Maybe you can stand, or? Yeah,
we can hear you.
Yeah. No.
So I'm glad to have the private sector here, the regulator, and AFSA, the academic institute, all in one panel. I believe this question cannot be addressed by just one panelist. The answer will be shared by all of them. Based on your experience, and since you've been in this precision nutrition and personalized meal for a while, what would be I'm not sure, like maybe the personalized, like precision nutrition, I'm not in the field, but I thought this is more specified to a certain segment in the society. Now the awareness that came in the society when we go to personalized meal, yet what are the biggest barriers for the consumer adoption of personalized meal? Is it the cost? Is it the awareness? Is it the lack of trusting the output of the research? What would be the biggest barrier for consumer not to adopt the personalized meal?
Yes.
Is the question clear?
Yeah. Thank you for your question, Dr. Muhammad. For your question divided in 3 points. The first point, awareness, is very important. Thank you for your question, Dr. Muhammad. I think your question divided in 3 points. The first point regarding the awareness is very important to awareness about innovation foods, or innovation food is very important point. What is the health benefits is innovation food, promote health benefits, increase antioxidant effect on microbial gut. So it's very important. Different project focusing on awareness campaign. We have now a project about a healthy food make awareness campaign for 5 months to encourage different people to consume the healthy food, especially for emirate obesity women. I think it's a very important project to change the maintain for different people from the normal food, consume the highly carb, high fat, so on, to used or to consume healthy food, more fruit, more vegetables, more antioxidant compound to enhance antioxidant. Second point regarding the innovation, research institute is very important to work about this point for use bioactive ingredient and fortification in different functional food for enhance the immune system, and also the probiotic is very important to integration in different functional foods, especially beverage or functional fermented milk, so on, to enhance different functional food and affordability and increase different type of and variety of functional food in different in market, especially in UAE or globally.
Does it answer your question? Thank you.
May I just add something? How to overcome that gap is like to make precision nutrition to tell people that actually it's not new. It existed for centuries. And those adaptive mechanisms of food systems, for example, here in Emirates, there are many adaptations that happened over centuries, such as use of camel milk, fermented food, herbal infusions. There were an adaptation to geographic region, like to desert environment, to spiritual practices. So those were not new. We just have to come to roots and to use technology. But we should embrace traditional knowledge and share that with people, but also use technology in the future. For me, that's what precision nutrition is. And that might be the way how to share that with people so that they understand it's also something that there maybe some of them are living already.
Yeah, that's a very important point to, of course, not forget that the traditional way of eating, and we can think about, of course, the UAE traditional diet. We can think about the Mediterranean diet, which is not too far from it, and see how it was spontaneously followed in the past centuries and how we are now away from them. And by trying to go back to those traditional habits, mixing this with a bit of innovation and technology, we might be able to do extremely well in the future. So is there any other question from the audience? No? So before we conclude, I would like to, would you like to add?
Actually, I was
Yes.
going to add something. Thank you, Dr. Maria. Like you've been said that like in a beautiful way. We have to respect, let's say, like the local food culture wherever we go. Like we have people that they've been like living like this for like, I don't know, countless number of generations, using, let's say, like the local food sources. And the food was not only what we knew what they were eating, but actually now we have to recognize what is suitable for the people. Like, you know, after, let's say, like millennia and generations, people developed like some kind of adaptation to what was there in their like nature, in their like local environment. So precision nutrition is taking us back, as you mentioned, it's not something new. But it took us like a while to figure out that precision nutrition is the origin. Yeah, we have to pay attention to why someone who is coming, for example, from UK to live in UAE will have like time to adapt, and most likely he will end up going like to supermarkets that still sells, let's say, like UK food. But for someone who from UAE, here he will enjoy his life because basically camel milk, as you mentioned, fermented food products like dates and everything, those are, let's say, like the staples for him. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you. That's absolutely true, and that's one of the local challenge we have when we're talking about collecting data. Whenever we talk about diet here, we have multiple nationalities, and having access to all the dietary profiles, dietary patterns, is one of the major challenges we have. Yeah. So before we conclude, I will ask our guests to share one actionable recommendation to make precision nutrition concrete within the next few years. Professor Dr. Maria, would you like to start?
Certainly. So I will continue this conversation that would actually be my final recommendation, is that while we talk about the use of artificial intelligence and tools, wearable, different tools that are available now, we should not forget traditional knowledge. And the question that we should ask ourselves is, what did our ancestor know that we are now just rediscovering through science? And with that balance of use of technology and traditional knowledge, I would love to see pilot studies that would combine those two and that would, for example, in this area, in Middle East, create programs or initiative that would bring together those two, technology and traditional knowledge, and offer precision nutrition that would be relevant to the content here. So, and of course, to collect data that is diverse, and that would guide us. So this is what I would love to see, those pilot studies that will be rooted in tradition, but will bring technology on board.
Thank you for this very inspiring recommendation. So I will ask you to be quite brief because we are about finishing. Dr. Mohammed, please, would you like to?
Yes, in the same point with Dr. Maria, I recommend focusing on build the personal data based on combination local and combination data, genetic data, and microbiome data too, and different data for food consumption and life consumption pattern. We help diets researcher and food company for need match with individual model practical well. So I think this approach will help make precision nutrition more accessible and relative to our local communities.
Thank you, Dr. Mohammed. Thank you. Ms. Sonia?
So I already spoke about how I think the top-down approach is something I recommend, like regulation. But I read an interesting stat recently that consumers, so 40% consumers are using AI to make purchase decisions about their food. AI is based on data, so be transparent with your nutrition data, and you will end up gaining more consumer trust and increasing brand value. So,
thank you, Michelle. That's an extremely valid point. Whenever we start using AI tools, of course, they are working based on data, and the more data we enter, the more accurate the system will become. So that's a major point here. Dr. Mouad, please.
Thank you. Actually, since now we need like to show something that we are working other than like what you eat. Now we need to know like when you eat the thing and how to eat it and why you eat it. And this kind of information, especially with the new technologies, might be more suitable at the current stage for like a new master degree programs in precision nutrition. And I would prefer, for example, something that will also include, let's say, how we can secure the obtained data. Like we talked about, let's say, like precision nutrition, new technologies like obtaining personalized individual data for personalized meals and so on. But like we need also to tackle something important about like the security of obtained data. So try to find a solution for the safety of my data. I will gladly share it with you, and to have a master program where I can prepare as soon as possible, let's say like people who are, I would say like precision nutritionists. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to thank our panelists today for sharing their expertise and for this very insightful discussion. Thank you to the audience as well to be here with us. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you to you too, our amazing moderator. Thank you, panelists. May I kindly ask you to have a group photo first? Up next, we're going to take a short break, and we will see you back here at 3 p.m. Enjoy your lunch.
Okay. No, no, she's exactly because she's going to check that, and I think it should be.
మన స్పాట్ లైట్
Welcome back, everyone. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Up next, looking into regional overview and food security and nutrition, please help me in welcoming Dr. Ahmed Mukhtar, FAO representative of the United Arab Emirates.
Okay, a very good afternoon. I hope you enjoyed lunch, but more importantly, you are enjoying or going to enjoy my presentation. Otherwise, there are so many people sitting there. Okay. It's virtual world in clouds because I'm wearing the Meta glasses. Otherwise, there are some humans as well. I said people. Okay, all right. This presentation is going to be a little, let's say, technical with the numbers. The idea is that we need to know and we need to understand what is happening out there in the world. Now, interestingly enough, if we look at our exhibition outside and the companies and the technologies and the solutions and the pathways, it is inconceivable to think that we have about 700 million people that are still hungry. it is inconceivable to think that 3 billion people cannot afford a healthy diet, because we are talking about the ultra premium and all of these things. But these are unfortunately the realities as of now. So this is a sober announcement that what is the situation. It is our flagship report, the State of Food Security and Nutrition, a flagship report by the Food and Agriculture Organization of the UN. We do one global report, and then we do the regional reports as well, in order to dig a bit deeper into the regional realities. So this is for the Arab region. In fact, it has not been published yet, so we can call it a soft launch. It's primarily the numbers, a lot of numbers in the report, you can see that, but I will share some of the key numbers. But before going into that, we always say that we have to understand that whenever we talk about the food, let us think in a systems perspective. So we all have to understand what are the elements of the food systems in general, because we at FAO think in a systems process. We call it agri-food systems, but you can call it, food systems, because of course there is a difference in the scope. Now, I would not go into the details of the food system, because I think you all know more or less what are the drivers, what are, some of the food supply chain elements, that is part of the system, and the production and the other environment, the ecosystem for the food systems. But what we want to have is an agri-food system, or a food system that is much more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable. These are the 4 parameters where everyone, including FAO, is trying to work around. Now, we think about the food systems, we have high ambition, but let's now go to the situation in the Arab region. Where are we now? By the way, the numbers in this report, we always have a number of the previous year, because these have to be validated official numbers. So for this year's report, 2025, the numbers quoted are 24, and then in 26, it will be the numbers for 25. Now, unfortunately, the Arab region, if you look at this graph on the right side, green is the global average. That is, going a bit down, but the Arab region is going high. So the prevalence of undernourishment, which is one of the measures for the hunger, it was about 15.8%, which is higher than, of course, the previous year. But in simple terms, about 77.5 million undernourished people in 2024 in our region. That's a huge number. That's only for the Arab region. And of course, in the low-income countries, 1 in 3 people was categorized as, hungry person. So this is a huge number, and unfortunately not going better. Just to remind you that the SDG 2 calls for zero hunger by 2030. We are just a few years away. Let's see what do we do in those few years as a magic solution. Now, more importantly, let's dig a little deeper into that. In 2024, which is the reference data year, the moderate or severe food insecurity in the Arab region was about 40%. So almost half of the people were facing one way or the other moderate or severe food insecurity. And in absolute terms, it's about 198 million people. And the low-income countries faced particularly very high, because almost 2/3 of people faced moderate or severe food insecurity. Even for the severe food insecurity, the number is about 77 million or more than that. And that is, of course, due to some of the prolonged crises and conflicts in our countries as well. So this is, of course, there are many factors. There's climate change, there is change in consumption patterns, but more importantly, the conflicts in our region. I'll bore you with some of the other numbers, and then we'll go to one of the messages that I want to give out of this report. If you look at the prevalence of overweight amongst the children, so this is particularly I chose as indicator. There are many indicators, which is 6.9% or almost 7%, and much higher than the global average. And I don't need to say why is that so, because you have to go for the food outlets and the shops. But more importantly, the obesity amongst the adults, one in third person is obese in our region, as per the latest numbers. Of course, I'm this 1 in third as well. This is also a worrying thing, because if you look at the cost of this thing on the public health exchequers, and for very long period, and the loss of productivity, that is very serious concern. It's not just a number, there is something beyond the numbers. Now let's go to the cost of healthy diets. We all say that we should have healthy diets, correct? Yes, we should have healthy diets. But can we afford that? I mean, now look at this number. It is 4.26 US dollars on the purchasing power parity, PPP basis, per day per person in our region. Now, how many people in our region, I mean, look at the Arab region in a broader perspective. If someone has a household of, let's say, 6 people and only one earning hand, how much, do you need per day just to afford a healthy diet? In some situations, even the monthly salary of, a household would not suffice for one day's healthy diet. But most importantly, since 2019, since we started this COVID and other crises, and that is a serious concern in our region, the cost of healthy diets has risen by 36.5%. And this is another concern. Do you think that the real incomes would have risen by 36%? No, absolutely not. They have actually, in real terms, quite a lot has gone down, but even in, how do we say this, income disparity and the opportunities and, so on and so forth have gone down as well. Now, that means in 2024, the reference here, 186 million people could not afford a healthy diet based on, and this is just based on the aggregate income numbers. I believe that in realistic terms, it will be much higher as a number. So these are the concerns that we have to, the numbers that we have to show some concern. Now, in our report, of course, there is a huge array of the numbers and, the graphs. So you can see that, once it is launched in a couple of weeks, as I said, officially we would launch. But I want to focus on one specific topic, financing, because that we are discussing in this gathering in the Global Food Talks as well. So because in our reports, we focus a bit on the numbers, but the other part is on some of the substantive topics. Now, the interesting fact, and please link that with the previous numbers. Look at this number, and of course, the reason it is 2021 is that that is the latest authentic data that we could get. And in some situations, you'll see that it is even 2016 because we cannot quote a data unless it has been authenticated or validated by the member states. Now, the broad agriculture sector, which means agriculture, food, forestry, and fisheries in the Arab region, received about $28.4 billion financing. It's a huge financing, isn't it? It includes the government spendings, or let's say the government expenditure as a big item, the bank credit, of course, the loans and other things, and oftentimes it is a concessional credit for the agriculture. And there is some FDI as well. By the way, this figure has to be updated. We know that it is a very high, not very high, but let's say higher figure, but unless we have a very authentic, validated data, we will not update that. But now, FDI is a little, let's say, higher in the Gulf countries, but not across the Arab region in general. Now, with this type of, sizable financing, in the agriculture, why do we have still the numbers that are really alarming? Why the hunger is increasing? Although the production in absolute terms is increasing, for sure, with the deployment of the technology and these type of things, that means it is not the availability of the food, it is the access to food that is a serious problem. It is not the production, of course, production still needs to be enhanced, productivity needs to be enhanced, but the distribution, that is a problem. Of course, there are examples like UAE and the Gulf countries where it is much easier and you cannot see that on the street, but let's go to some of the other Arab regional countries where this is a very serious issue in order to have access, and more importantly, access to healthy diet. Now, there are, let's say, multiple risks why people do not invest in the region. As I said, one side of the equation is this Gulf, ag tech, and all of these venture capitals, capitalists who have been here. But otherwise, if you look at the climate change impacts, the natural disasters, the conflicts, prolonged conflicts in particular, And then, the revenue streams, which are infrequent. You have regulatory systems in many of the countries that may not be perceived to be enabling environments. It leaves the investors a little bit shy of investing over there. There are some structural issues as well, that investors either want to go very high or very high or very big in terms of size of investments, and they don't find the feasible options. On the other side, the smallholder farmers would need small financing and investment type of things, which may not be feasible for the bigger investors. So we need some intermediary type of vehicles, financing vehicles, blending of the concessional capital and investments, and so on and so forth. So we need some innovation in financing, which we have proposed, by the way, in the previous year's report, and I would welcome you to look at that. And we are now trying to work out with some of the financing institutions, such as the Arab Authority for Agriculture, Investment and Development, Asian Infrastructure Bank, the Islamic Bank, and many others, so that we can come up with these vehicles which are available and accessible to everyone. Some of the innovative modalities that are there more or less, but needs to be really upscaled and deployed for the agriculture or the food system sector in our region, to have the capital guarantees, because that, as I said, for the investors or financiers, this is the most important risk that we have to de-risk or provide them an assurance. Climate financing, or let's say financing to mitigate and manage the climate change, is quite an important thing. And then, there are certain situations of the results-based financing, the social impact bonds. We even saw the debt swaps, ESCWA, the UN Economic and Social Commission for Western Asia, worked with Jordan very recently to develop an instrument for debt swap, not for agriculture, but I think that could be used for agriculture as well. So what are some of the way forward or options? Of course, we know that we need additional funding or additional financing. And as a matter of fact, in different discussions, we often hear that there is a lot of financing that is available, which is true, by the way. Let's say in UAE, the banks are sitting with loads of cash that are apparently or technically speaking allocated to agriculture. That might be true at least in few of the other countries as well, where the banks do have the cash, but they don't have the propositions or the investment options, or even the farmers may not even know how to access that finance. Cost of this finance, so that means the interest rates might be an issue in many of the countries, because microfinance in agriculture happens to be one of the most expensive financing instruments in most of the cases. So what we need is that we need to have the investments, larger investments, including from sovereign funds and the development funds. We have to innovate this area and develop some of the innovative financing models, but most importantly, to develop an enabling regulatory and policy framework. And by enabling, it does not mean that it has to be enabling on the papers, because most of the policies, most of the governments, they always work sincerely, and they do have, these policies, but sometimes those policies are just on the paper. So enabling means, is it really working in the market? Is this financial market or investment market conducive enough for new investments or financing in the agriculture sector? That is the most important that one has to see, and then, facilitate the local and international investors in that. In terms of, to build the so-called financing streams, the models that I said, innovative financing models, one of the ideal thing is that we have to mix, the private and public financing streams and internal and external financing streams. We have to come up with so-called consortium or collaborative approach, where everyone is sort of de-risking or supporting the other one. And that is the thing which oftentimes is absent due to one reason or the other. You either have a plethora of, let's say, bureaucratic processes for the foreign investors, or you have, the internal investors or domestic who are shy of investing into this area where risk is very high, return could be, low in some of the things. And that is why last year when we launched the State of Food Security report, some of the partners came up with a Cairo Declaration on financing the agri-food systems transformation. And that declaration was essentially a pathway that how do we, along with the partners, let's say in case of FAO, develop these type of instruments and to launch these collaborative platforms or the mechanisms. And that is why we launched last year the Transformational Impact Partnership, TIP. As I said, we are working with these institutions in order to come up with the financing vehicles or investment vehicles where we have essentially three pillars: the equity pillar, the concessional finance pillar, and the assurance or insurance pillar. And all of three pillars complement each other, sort of de-risk and synergize the impact. So next year, our report, which will focus more on, let's say, the thematic topic, will be on the supply chain resilience, because that is really an important aspect that a lot of countries are facing problems in the supply chain due to one reason or the other. So we would like to identify these vulnerabilities, the risks, and what could be the resilience strategy in order to make these supply chains more, let's say, practical and working. I know that we are over time, but that basically ends. I don't know if there is any margin for the questions, answers, or any of the quick comments, but I'm in your hands. Okay, I don't know if there is any burning question or comment or correction. Otherwise, we have to respect the time. No? Okay, good. I know that it's post-lunch. We should give you the medals that at least you are sitting and you're looking like you're not sleeping. So that already deserves an achievement award. No, these are always difficult sessions, after lunch, but thank you so much for your audience. And for details, you can go to FAO website. Please, have a look at the summary report. I mean, we have the summary versions as well of these reports, and you'll find quite a lot of analytical work that will be useful for you, even if you're a business or private sector. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ahmed. Up next, we are going to focus on supply chain resilience in a world of conflict and climate risk, and the strategies we are keeping to keep the system strong. Please help me in welcoming Dr. Francis Borges, Global Head of Sustainable Value Chains, Alina Kavalkak, Supply Chain Director, Supply Chain Operations at AD Coop, Abhishek Shah, Founder and CEO of RSA Logistics, and Scott Chambers, Co-CEO of Seafood Souk. To moderate this panel, please help me in welcoming Amath Path, Managing Director of AFSF. You're welcome. Enjoy the session.
Right. Yeah, probably want to change.
We have one of our panelists who will join us shortly, Mr. Mahdi, but thank you so much for joining us this afternoon as we talk about supply chain, but also in an era of climate change, which you all know. I think we can feel it. Year after year, we can feel it whether we're in the Middle East or in Africa or Asia or the Americas. So it is a global issue and the challenge which all we face. I think we felt it also during the COVID, which is another issue, whether it is related to climate change, question mark, was there any connection? But what we felt was there was disruption, and disruption in having our food permanently or dealing with really complex issues to make sure that we have food. So, hello, good afternoon. So at least now we have our fourth panelist, Mr. Mahdi. Here we have our panelists on the screen with their function, and I'm very pleased to moderating this session. It's also a topic which is close to my heart. I've been in UN for many years, working on climate finance, climate resilience, adaptation, and I'm happy also to hear and have perspective of this one as you all are here. So we have Elena, who is the supply chain director, chain operation at ADCO. So welcome.
Thank you.
We have Scott Chambers, who is the CEO of CSUK here in the UAE. Welcome. Mahdi, who just joined us, and will also share the perspective. And Francis, who work with as a global head sustainable value chain at Vanta Seeds. So I will start maybe with you. I think we have 4 men and 1 woman, so we are not balanced at all. But anyway, so we will give you now the floor. So your company provide unmatched quality, innovation, and integrity in the food industry. And in this time of climate crisis and conflict in general, what is the strategy behind your company in terms of building resilience to shocks? And how do you constantly reinvent yourself to keep the supply chain moving?
Thank you, Pater. Thank you, everyone who is in the area. So my name is Alena Kovalchuk. I'm supply chain director of AdCoop. AdCoop, it's a retail company. It's a part of Meir Group, and Meir Group has its focus on supporting food security agenda of UAE. And we are, as retail, we have more than 100 stores, different format. It's hypermarkets, supermarkets, convenience store. And of course, our focuses are quite simple. We need to have the shelf full. We need to keep our prices fair, and we need to have our food safe. So and it doesn't matter whether it's climate change or any turbulence in the geopolitical situation. So we need to make our customers to be satisfied with the level of our service to them. So I would like to mention 5 focus areas where we work on to keep our supply chain sustainable, I would say. And the first one is we focus on the risk assessment on a weekly basis. We have a SNOP cycle with our CEO as a head of this meeting, with the commercial team, with the operational team and marketing, and we discuss all the risks that can happen in supply chain and in operations. So we have always full shelves. And the result of this meeting, we always share with all the suppliers their service level for the last week, and we expect them to come back with any suggestion if there are some disruption in the supply chain. Second point is we focus on the critical products. We finalize a list of 7,000 main items that we need to keep in every our store, and we have the daily data reports on this, so any branch in charge, any manager can get these reports daily and focus on these 7,000 main items. And we will centralize this. We already started centralization of this critical list of items in our central DC, so we can keep the stock around at least 30 days to prevent any disruption in supply chain. Third point is data transparency, because I believe that collaboration in supply chain is critical, because in supply chain, 1 + 1 is always equal 3, because retailer wins, supplier wins, and also customer wins. So it's 3, not 2. And we provide the data to all our suppliers through the vendor portal. They can get all the data on inventory in every store, in DC, shelf availability, out of stock, so it also helps them to support their planning. Number 4, what we are focusing is localization. If you go to the beginning of the fair, you will find our stand with private brands. We launched a new private brand, Yalla, and all the producers for our private brand are local UAE producers. And this also support in the climate agenda, and we don't expect any disruption because of any global problems, geopolitical problems. And the last one, what I want to focus on is our public partnership with UAE government on the UAE food security agenda, because you know that the focus of UAE is to support and to build the food security program to 2051. And recently we signed the exclusive agreement with Department of Municipalities and Transport of Abu Dhabi to manage the Abu Dhabi Citizens Food Product Program. So UAE citizens will get the opportunity to have the access to critical products with a subsidized price through our 50 stores and through the digital TAM software. And through this, we can support the UAE citizens with most critical product. So I believe our focus on localization, on collaboration, agility, and critical products is essential if you want to collaborate and if you want to build resilience in supply chain.
Excellent. So I hear you also talking about technology, and I think in the seafood industry, just take me to Scott, because it's another industry which we are looking at the seafood, and you've been working also in this sector for many years. Now, in the seafood industry, there is always the issue of traceability. So what are the key challenges and how important it is, particularly into this context of also climate risk and conflict?
Yeah, thanks, Amath. I think what's really important just to acknowledge and to grasp at the outset is just how huge the seafood industry is. We're talking about a $2 trillion industry annually. We're talking about a third of the world's population that currently rely on seafood as a source of protein, and over 600 million people are employed by some form or sector within the industry. So it is a giant industry that we're incredibly reliant upon with a growing world population that today is quite poorly understood. You have got over 2,300 different species of seafood, and compared to your chicken and beef, that's a lot more complex in terms of understanding the nuances and uniqueness of each one of those supply chains. It's also an extremely old industry, one of the oldest in the world, that has always been quite opaque in its nature. Something ingrained, I think, in the industry has been a protection of information. So there's always almost an initial aversion or skepticism around traceability and transparency. However, for us to be able to better manage this industry for a sustainable future, we need to understand that data better to get a clearer picture, higher resolution of what's happening across wild-caught fisheries and aquaculture today. And in order to do that, we've been building technology solutions that are interoperable, that essentially connect all of these silos and fragmented supply chains through one common language. And that's been our approach today with traceability and seafood.
Yeah, no, excellent. I think we will also look at another industry, which is vertical farming, Mahdi. And I think it's also something now that is growing, in the world. And we have also the climate element, which is in there. So what's really the impact of, the climate into the vertical farming? And how do you also deal with the value chain supply in this context?
Well, my name is Mahdi Al-Hindawi. I am the CEO and founder of Injazponic. In Injazponic, we do R&D since 6 years for vertical farming, hydroponics techniques, and sustainable farms, smart farms. combining the glass technology to control the environment or closed environment inside the buildings. This is our scope 4. When we talk about vertical farming and the impact, like we are talking about supply chain and these things, which is maybe quite a specific segment from it, that the supply chain of the food and the supply chain of the fast impacting food, let's say, or vegetables or fruit, which is, if we look to it from the side of non-stability in logistic all the time because of many things, because of weather, because of political things, because of any circumstances that can impact the supply chain overall, even in prices or in delay or in whatever. If we look to it from the perspective of the food waste, like the quantity of the food that we waste during the supply chain process, operation, if we look to it from the difficulty in having some type of herbs or type of fruits which you can't have it in your area, all of these things, it's impacting positively the supply chain perspective. Once you have the vertical farms, it's urban farms. You can do it inside the cities. You can see it inside the malls. You can see it inside, on the top of any roof of any building. We have a huge areas of buildings where we are, let's say, in UAE we have hot weather, and we have almost 6 or 7 months of a lovely weather for farming. The issue always in this 5 months, which is, let's say, from June to end of October, how to manage to keep a really sustainable farms in UAE. And this is the challenge what we face right now. So once you have the supply chain, it's from the city itself. Like imagine you supply the strawberry in the summer in UAE, where is the temperature 45 and you have fresh strawberry and you supply to the market. When we talk about, for example, strawberry, it's a very, very sensitive product in the logistic, in the supply chain. It's very required product. Or when we talk about natural flowers, or when we talk about herbs which we use in cosmetics, or when we talk on the herbs we use in medicine. So a lot of herbs and vegetables and fruits, we need it in here, and we pay a lot in logistics and supply chain. And sometimes it's that fluctuation in that industry worldwide, it's impacting negatively who's depending his industry or his work or his working in that segment. And there we are, there is the point we are focusing actually on it in finding solutions and keep doing R&D in how to really have sustainable farm with temperature, like flat temperature the whole year. We are targeting to have flat temperature of 22 Celsius the whole year by using different type of technology, by merging the solar panel with the insulation of glass, with the insulation of coating. We use the technology of the controllers. Now we start to merge the AI in these things to get higher results in I believe this industry, it will change all of it. Like the vertical farms, it could change the farming perspective worldwide. As what we see each year, the jump, it's not small jump. Like from last year to this year, what you see in the exhibition, or what the advanced devices available right now, and what we are going to see next year. It's a big jump. It's not you see a little improvement in something. You see completely new technology. You see a completely new innovation in that area. So now, in developing, we are on process. We are developing a robotic for that. We are trying to develop a drone for that. So whenever that is ready, and I believe it's soon, you will see the vertical farm. I believe in everywhere it will be a very easy, systematic, it's playing role from all aspects, from supply chain, from carbon reduction, from increasing the oxygen, from food security, from sustainability. Like the vertical farm, it's a solution. It's not easy, but it's once it's really solid and rigid, and it will change a lot of things. Yeah.
Yeah. No, excellent. I think now, beside vertical farm, you have also a horizontal farm, but we still need seeds, you know, and I think this question is for Francis. You've been also with Advanta Seeds, which is a global player on the seeds, and in the climate context, you're always improving seed, the adaptation to climate, but at the same time, you have to keep the high nutritional value. So what's really the strategy to keep, like, you know, food on our table, because the seeds are there, and then the productivity is good, but at the same time, the nutritional value. So building that resilience while keeping also those KPIs. So how do you keep always the performance?
No, thank you. Very well framed question here. Very important. Seed, as we know, is a foundation of the value chain. No, is a foundation of food security. You know, and as I was thinking about it, you know, the people, the farmers who produce our food are also producing the seed. You have to use the same farm, and you have to face the same challenges. So, trying to get that right from the beginning is a big challenge, and is so important, you know, for this food security. But first of all, I want to say thank you for AdFest, Dr. Mohammed, for inviting me for this meeting, a very important discussion here that is happening over the 2 days. Advanta Seeds is a global company. Dr. Pati, as you said, we operate in 84 countries around the world. And one way of ensuring continuous, uninterrupted seed supply is to have spread out geographical locations for the production of the seed. Okay, so this is so important because you know the climate events happening across the world. The conflict is another dimension that we are dealing with. But the key is to spread out the seed production in different geographies to meet the needs of different countries. Second is continuous innovation in the germplasm. So it's you have got a good product, you've got a good seed. It's not going to take you forever. No, you have to continuously innovate to meet the challenges that we are facing in each and every country, be it weather related, be it pest related, be it nutrition related, right? So we have to continuously innovate on your germplasm. So of course you have a lot of technologies that are available. So Advanta takes advantage of all these technologies to design the seed that is fit for each country and each region. Okay, and then of course having a geographical spread, you make the production of that seed and you deliver. The third area is obviously to have technology related to forecasting the climate change, the weather patterns and things like this to bring it in, but also bring in technology related to the production itself, be it drones, be it IoT technology that you deploy to manage from moisture to pest to harvesting, right? And then, as I was saying, we have to continuously work with the farmer to make sure that we get the seed we need. And of bringing the technology, you still have to work with the people. So what technology we can bring to the farmer to help him to be resilient, more efficient, so that we have the seed that volumes that we need. And finally, the collaboration with the government. So the public-private partnerships are so important to ensure seed availability in different countries. and for testing, making it easier for testing, for doing research, and finally making it available for the farmers to use that seed to get the best production that they can have. Right? So those are the different aspects of trying and create a very resilient supply chain in the seed business.
No, thank you very much and for giving us those insights. Maybe I'll just restart again from this side with Elena. You know, you talk about collaboration, but this is also an open question for all of you, partnership, because you are also in a supply chain where you are an actor among other actors, other key players. And how do you keep that partnership moving and everybody also is aware about these climate shocks or conflict shocks? So shocks in general, so to make sure that everyone's work and you have that ecosystem building the resilience, climate resilience to make the business moving.
So I think that I already mentioned this, how we deal with our suppliers, with our partners, because we as retailers, we have more than 100,000 SKUs in the store, so you can imagine that we have more than 200 suppliers. And of course, we are not in the country where we have all products localized. So most of the goods we import from other countries. And of course, I believe that partnership, collaboration, and open conversation is critical, because if everyone is trying to play on his own field without taking into consideration the full supply chain, end-to-end supply chain, we end up with empty shelves, with high price, and we don't have customers in our retail. So we can sell the goods only when they are on the shelf. And suppliers, retailers, we need to understand this. And only if we play together, we can make our customer to be happy, to get the product by better price, and to also to have the full traceability in supply chain, so we can also guarantee the quality of the goods. So partnership, collaboration, and open data for all the participants in supply chain is very, very critical.
Excellent. So maybe the same question for you.
Yes,
Scott?
yeah. I'd love to expand on that. So just to give everybody a quick overview of a seafood supply chain to begin with, because I think that helps in the discussion, is to break it down quite simply. So you have either wild-caught fisheries or aquaculture, and that is at your source. That's where all seafood is coming from, either from the sea or an aquaculture site. Next from there, you can have a processor or wholesaler or distributor or exporter, which is essentially the middle portion of that chain. This is simplifying it quite a bit, but these are the main elements. Then you've got an importer of record in country, if this is cross-border traded seafood, that will distribute that product. And then finally, closer to the consumer, you have large buyers like retailers or hotel groups, and then finally your consumer. So along that chain, one of the things that we've found in our mission to help build a better blue economy is that we need to establish key partnerships that have great impact and that are aligned and committed to traceability being the precursor to sustainability. So a lot of regional partnerships that we've established with large hotel groups mean that they've put in place one of our products, which is called SFS Audit, and that gives them a verification across all of their suppliers and all of their seafood products that there is digital provenance for the origin that can be proven for each one of those products. A couple of other statistics that sort of drive home the importance for this need of traceability is that 25% of seafood on average is actually wasted. So that means it's coming from the sea, and 25% of that seafood doesn't actually reach a plate or shelf in a supermarket. And that's, arguably the worst crime, because everybody loses in that instance. Until we can start to actually have a digital verified version of that journey where we're actually tracking things in a much better way than has been done before, that number can creep up, and we just don't have the visibility on it. So it's quite hard to manage what you're not able to measure. And what we find is when we establish these partnerships at the end of that spectrum, so the consumer being more aware of things helps, because they're walking into restaurants and hotels, and realizing they have a right to know where their seafood comes from. Is it safe for my family if I'm buying it from a shelf in a supermarket? Is it the quality product that the chef is telling me that it is? Now, the downward pressure that that puts when a hotel group commits to this means that all of their seafood suppliers, and perhaps even further back at source, to the origin where they're sourcing that seafood, they now know that they're being measured to a different scorecard, which is not just quality, service, and price, but now it's about being honest and trust being that new currency with your product. So we find that through our mandate or mission to actually have as many people as possible adopt traceability, securing clients like that that are aligned with those goals actually helps really kind of spread adoption when it comes to the products that enhance traceability.
Thank you. And Mahdi, the same question on partnership and collaboration to still keep this climate resilient in vertical farming.
Where I can see that our specific segment playing a role in that, it's the data. Like whenever we have a data for the waste, and to see that figures and numbers, the problems that in logistic, where we can start immediately the development for that. Like, what the purpose to find a solution for something you have no problem with it? No, we have to see only the list. Like, you have to figure out the list of problems and what's the type of crops and fruits you have problems with it first, and then to target the top 10. To find a solution for the top 10, and then to go in that way, like the important and the next importance and the next importance and the next importance. If we figure out in numbers that a real problem in specific segment, in a specific crop, it's specific, you face always problems in delivery it, and there's damage in it. It's very sensitive in temperature. It's very sensitive in time. For any delay, it's getting in damage. For any delay in port, it's getting in damage. These things, actually, whenever we have a clear data, or clear direction to focus on it. Like sometimes we lose our focusing because we don't have this data. Like, but whenever we have this data, or it's very clear this data, it's giving the opportunity for researchers to dig in that direction, to be fast in that direction, to find the solution for the most important thing, and then to go and to leave your time then to the second important thing. Not sometimes you will not realize that you are in the third or 10th importance. You dig there, but you are not, because you don't know what's the first priority. So I believe if from different organizations, like we are too far industry from the logistic, let's say, we have no connection as a researcher in vertical farming and developing the setup itself. They have connection with the producer, the farms itself, like who's exporting and importing. But who's developing the product, the solutions, these things, sometimes not we are in touch in the farmers, but we are not in touch in bigger organization or the other industry, which is, let's say, linked to that segment, from supply chain, from distribution, to look to it as a full process, from what you say, as what he said, like from seeds to the end, like all of that process, finally it has numbers in problems, like in the end. Doesn't matter where it happened in that operation, but finally to reach to our country in here, we have these numbers of problems. If we figure out the crops and the type of food where we have the problem in it, and we start to find the solution first for it, I believe this cooperation will be adding positive point in that.
Excellent.
Yeah.
So maybe we'll finish with Francis on, you supply seeds also around the globe and also the region, or in a country, different sub-district or region. So again, you talk about collaboration, but when it comes to partnership and resilience building of all these mechanisms, so how do you deal with?
Yes, no, thank you. No, I would like to talk about, the partnership and collaboration for the seed business. It starts at every level, from research and development to how do you partner to get the best trait in your seed, be it agronomic or nutritional, to testing, to getting registrations, to doing seed production research in the local area. So the partnerships are at every level and the collaboration. But what I would like to focus about today is specifically with the theme of our conference here, Global Food Week, is the value chain partners, right? So working with the value chain partners and understanding what they need, and then going back and designing the seed that is required for that particular purpose is the best value one can generate, no? And that's the collaboration I spend particularly a lot of time. To just give you a few examples here, one is, the food industry is looking for solid fat, which is sustainable, which is available year-round, and it's not so expensive like the other tropical fats from shea or cocoa butter and things like this. So one specific example here is on sunflower, where we work together to get a product which is high stearic, high oleic sunflower oil, which is stable at room temperature. So it remains as a solid fat. So just instead of depending on animal fat or palm stearine, which are more the economic types solid fat that you can get, to then have a sunflower, which is a crop that grows all over the world, and as a sustainable source is creating a lot of value for all those industries like plant-based fat or butter, margarine, or in bakeries, or in chocolate production, or in ice cream, various applications. Here in this event, there is alternate protein as a big focus area. For this sector as well, having a solid fat in preparation of alternative proteins recipes is very important. So that's one example. The other example that we work together is corn to ethanol. As you know, more and more countries are adopting to go to biofuels, and corn is one of the feedstock. So how do you have higher starch content in the corn to get better conversion to bioethanol, right? But the second value chain of the same process is DDGS, distillers dried grain solids, which goes for poultry feed, right? And they are looking for higher protein content. Okay, so how do you manage these two requirements from the same harvest? And then finally, you cannot use the DDGS if it has aflatoxin. So how do you make sure you don't have aflatoxin in the crop that you harvested, so that the farmer and the processor get the full value of it? So this is all you can manage and try to solve this problem right at the beginning of the value chain, at the seed. But you can only do that when you have partnerships and collaboration, good communication with all the value chain partners.
Yeah.
So just
thank you so much. That brings us to an end of this session. So we are being signaled that we have another session. But I would like to take the opportunity to thank you so much for sharing this insight from your different industries, and we look forward also to continuing building the resilience of all industry against different various shocks, particularly climate and conflict. So again, thanks.
Thanks,
and
Mark.
thanks also
Thank
to
you
the
very
audience
much.
for
Thanks very much.
for being with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, panelists, and thank you to our moderator as well. Now I'm jealous that I did not take a selfie. In Emirati, we say ختامه مسك. بنختمها بالمسك, which means the ending is going to be like musk. And in mentioning the final session, it gives me great honor to call our panelists to the stage. Gider Viscantate, Associate Program Officer, Coalition for Action and Policy. Stephen Scalat, Scientific Advisor, Trends Research and Advisory. Wilson Matikinia, Program Officer, Decentralized Renewable Energy Solutions. And to moderate this session, it gives me great honor to call on Najla Zar'oni, Program Officer at International Renewable Energy Agency. Please. Enjoy the session.
A very good afternoon, everyone. Do you hear me very well? Perfect. So we promise it's going to be a very light session, given that it's the end of second day. So I'm very glad to have everyone, and for the newcomers joining us. So let's start another aspect of the conversation. I'm not going to start the session with an introduction. I'm going to draw a conclusion here. Throughout the previous panels that we heard very well that there was an immense pressure put on the global food security throughout supply chains, throughout some happening trends right now of key importance for consideration, some other pressure maybe from the geopolitical disruptions, issues with the supply chain, and some other aspects. So starting from this conclusion that we had for the previous sessions, it's very important and maybe urgent for us right now to navigate new opportunities and maybe navigate new aspects that should be linked to the global food security, which is the renewable energy. And that's why we are here to cover this aspect of the inclusion of the renewable energy throughout the food security and for sure throughout the agriculture. So I'm very delighted to have the esteemed panelists with me. So let me start with Wilson. Wilson, trying to build the linkage between renewable energy, food security, and maybe agriculture. So is it feasible to make this link at the beginning of in the first place?
Yeah, thank you, Najla. It's a marriage between the two. If you look at the SDGs, energy is an enabler across many sectors. Coming from IRENA, IRENA has the mandate for energy transition across its member states. And if you go to global emissions, we hear so many statistics, but agriculture contributes close to 30% of the carbon emissions, and that is energy driven. And as mentioned in the previous panel, it's unfortunate that this 30% of the food that is produced with these emissions, it goes to waste. It doesn't reach the people. So again, you can attribute this to energy, food handling, quality, and other things. But yes, we need energy to power the agriculture sector. We need energy at farm level. We need energy for cold storage, energy for processing, for productivity. So part of the work that IRENA is doing is supporting member states to integrate energy into agriculture. And for now, we are supporting close to 10 countries where we are looking at energy in the dairy value chain. For example, the farmers in Malawi, they lose close to 40% of their milk produce because there's no efficient cold chains. And for that, we really need energy and energy-efficient equipment to be part of the agricultural value chain. Thank you.
Interesting. But given that you mentioned too many elements throughout the whole process, this moves me to Stephen. Scientifically speaking, given that you are the scientific advisor here in the panel, scientifically speaking, how feasible it is? I mean, where are we heading with the linkage between the renewable energy, food, and agriculture?
Well, thank you for that question, Najla. I'll try to keep it scientific and maybe bring in a few other disciplines, because as you know, in a think tank, we strive to consider things from a 360-degree Is this on? 360-degree perspective, that's better, right? So scientifically, we cannot exclude ever, especially since I'm speaking to a panel of IRENA staffers, the mitigation aspect, in the sense that clean, infinite energy for farm use, not the entire agricultural sector, but I'll focus on the use of energy use in farms, makes up about 5%, 7% of energy use, which is about of 5 to 7% of the 25 or so percent use of agriculture globally. So a small percentage, 1.5%, but 1.2, 1.5%. However, of course, it's always beneficial to mitigation and to adaptation and security, food security to do that. So that's the first observation. But really what I think is more interesting is to look at the practices on farm use of energy, because that's where we get the big efficiencies, the big synergies, the big productivity increases that really go to strengthen food security. The arguments, you've heard many of them before. The circularity, we're beginning to see something which I personally like very much, which is small-scale off-grid biorefineries. It's becoming the technology is becoming more and more diffuse. It's becoming a little bit cheaper, and so we start to see that. It's a critical element in food security and agricultural security. We start to see the greater use of data, without going into highly exotic sensors, because our concern is, at least my concern, is the situation of lower-income countries and the avoidance of bad supply shocks, which a number of panelists have discussed today, which in economic terms, as you know, creates chaos, not only in the economic sector, but also there's a political element to destabilization and so on. So without going too far into a technological sense of data and so on, it is beneficial. We're starting to see that the use of climate smart agriculture, again based on an intelligent use of data, on the availability of data, and other solutions of that nature. We also start to see what is, to me, perhaps the most interesting thing. It's not technical, it's not scientific, it's strategic, in the sense that renewable energy is a game changer. It changes the playing field, the energy system, the use of energy, which is of course embedded in the entire value chain, across food, across agriculture. Because it's so different, we start to see opportunities to finally, how can I say this diplomatically, to finally move beyond traditional agricultural approaches, which is notoriously difficult with farmers, and across the food value chain, because you've changed something. You've opened new avenues of entrepreneurship, of innovation, due to these great small-scale off-grid solutions that are getting more and more momentum. So that, to me, is equally, if not more important than scientific or technical arguments. You're changing the entire basis of the value chain in the food system, in the agriculture system. In many cases, you're replacing it with renewable sources, and that opens avenues that a narrow technical analysis, a narrow scientific analysis will not show. So I think that is maybe the one of the most important things.
Excellent. A very important point you mentioned, Stephen, that would maybe facilitate my following question to Giedre, is having a strategic thinking for the inclusion of the renewable energy in the whole process is very important. And by saying that we have to work strategically, this means we have to choose also the strategic stakeholders in the whole process. And so given that you coordinate the IRENA Coalition for Action, I mean, having an international network of non-governmental stakeholders is very strategic. So could you please elaborate on this?
Yeah, absolutely. So thanks. I'm really pleased that we came here to discuss renewable energy role in agriculture. I think the previous presentation today about food security painted a very clear picture why we need to transform food systems as they are now. We have nearly 8% of population going hungry every year. We have a massive food wastage, and so within IRENA, I'm coordinating the Coalition for Action, which is a network uniting over 180 stakeholders across private sector, civil society, and research institutions with a mission to accelerate the energy transition, scale up renewable energy. And we actually identified renewables in agriculture as one of our strategic priorities. And what we do now, we are collecting successful case studies, business models in a paper that will have an ambition to encourage other farmers around the world to adopt the learnings and scale this up. So just to mention, building on what my colleagues already said about the benefits, it's obvious that it helps with climate mitigation, but it's also so important the adaptation and resilience. So farmers who have renewable energy integrated. They can have stable supply for irrigation and for refrigeration, reducing food waste, but they also cut their dependence on fossil fuels, so both for price shocks, but also for supply chain disruptions. It's also not only about environmental benefits, socioeconomic benefits are very important, new jobs for local communities, farmers can increase the income producing both energy and food on the same piece of land. And here also the double use of land is very important. In many countries, land conflicts are increasingly putting pressure on these decisions. So this more efficient land use is also a very important aspect that can be beneficial for both food and energy security.
Interesting point. Thinking of some other decentralized renewable energy solutions, Wilson, and maybe the off-grid here, what are the risks? There are benefits for sure that we covered so far, but also it's very important to be realistic and looking at the risks and how to overcome these risks.
Okay, no, thank you, Najla. If we look, for example, at the smallholder farmers, there is a myriad of risks and challenges that they face. The biggest being access to finance and access to markets. And also, one of the risks that the sector faces that is trying to solve things in disaggregated portions. If you look at the whole challenge of food security, it's a systemic problem. It's a complex problem. So there is the risk that when you're trying to bring in a lot of energy into the system, you forget that maybe you need other better agricultural practices to accompany it. You need better seeds. You need market linkages. You need many pieces to be connected together for the whole system to work. But there are also challenges of policy defragmentation. Because if you go into many of these countries, you will find that the Minister of Agriculture has got a certain agenda that it is pursuing, be it food security and increasing productivity and other things. But what we have observed is that sometimes the connection with the Ministry of Energy is not very strong. And even more so sometimes, even with the Minister of Finance, which is doing the budgets. So this brings a global risk of limitations to finance, coordination, loose uptake of technologies. You also get into these countries, you also realize that the supply chain, as with the previous panel, we don't have very strong supply chains to bring in, be it renewable energy equipment or other agricultural processing equipment that needs to work with that energy component. So there is a lot of pieces in this complex problem that needs to be put together for the whole system to kind of work. Yeah.
Interesting. To increase the productivity and to put all stakeholders together as well, there are barriers facing governments. Within the IRENA's Coalition for Action, what are the main barriers that the international community and all governments are working hand in hand to overcome them?
There are clear benefits of integrating renewable energy in agriculture. However, there are quite substantial barriers. So namely, it's not only about, we have quite disconnected policy frameworks, agriculture, environment, finance, and energy ministries. They should really collaborate more closer to enable these synergies that we can see. So we advocate for more holistic policy frameworks, water, energy, food, ecosystem nexus approach, and more intersectoral collaboration. But also on the ground level, it's really important to raise awareness user-centric approach is very important. Understanding the needs and designing training and capacity building for local communities to really take advantage of these opportunities. It's about also local supply chains, so having access to spare parts, maintenance to ensure the viability, long-term sustainability of the project. And what is also really important to mention, of course, as we discussed in previous panels, financing in this aspect is also really important, especially to reach smallholder farmers. So governments have a role to play, providing concessional funding, loans, but also financial institutions. I think we're really lacking this specific model for agrivoltaics, for renewables in agriculture, and also for cooperatives and smallholder farmers, such as own-to-lease models that would help to address the high upfront cost issue. And just a final point, in some contexts, we know that energy production can be more beneficial, more profitable than food production. So as we are engaging in this effort, it's really important to know that we're working on synergies and not trade-offs. So for example, energy production should never compete with food production. We need to ensure community engagement, consultation processes, and also more research and pilot projects to understand how we integrate renewables to increase food production rather than compete with it.
Interesting, and thinking maybe of the point you just mentioned, Agedra, on the having profitable projects and maybe the financial support we need to ensure an increasing inclusion of the renewable energy. So this would maybe make me ask my following question to Stephen. I mean, what financial policies or initiatives we should be taking at both national and international level to ensure that there is more of money injection towards the whole process of including the renewable energy in the food security and agriculture productivity?
I mean, of course, there are significant policy initiatives and actions that can be taken. The thing that scares most economists and people who look at global trends is the price shock. The price shock is more insidious than we think, because a price shock, especially the food sector, the price shock will become embedded very quickly into your economic structure, inflationary trend, and so on. So it's absolutely vital to avoid those kinds of shocks. And of course, the way to do it is resilience of supply chains. This is nothing new, but the policy action and corporate action, company action to maintain the resilience of supply chains, I think, is much better now than it was 5 years ago, and certainly 10 years ago. COVID has been a great teaching experience. The various unfortunate conflicts around the world, and I'm thinking about Ukraine, has also been a very good teaching experience in terms of the agricultural supply chain resilience. But what I think is really important is for entrepreneurship to become more accepted, to become more embedded within the food and agricultural sector. I think it's so critical, and now is the time to do it, because it's a time of transition, it's a time of reinvention, right? So this is very, very critical to act quickly, and not so much there are various policy supports, especially in the UAE for this, all the great hubs, all the great facilitations that are taking place. And I only eat hydroponic produce now. It's so tasty, right, compared to what it used to be in the past. So I think that's very, very important. And I'll just end my remarks on something different, if I may, Najla, which is the humanitarian sector. We often forget. The humanitarian sector is the most vulnerable, the most exposed, of course, the most face the worst consequences. And coming from the think tank world, we see trends, not necessary to go into them at the moment, but the usual things that you would expect, trends of increasing conflict, and of course climate is a big part in that. It goes into agriculture and everything else, which will more likely than not increase displacement to phenomenal numbers. So I think that the importance of the humanitarian sector, of the resilience of food, the resilience of agriculture, the resilience of energy to the humanitarian sector is something really to pay attention to now, so that in the future there's more preparation. So on that note, back to you,
Hopefully,
Najla.
hopefully. So given that we have to end this session sometime soon, quick question for every single panelist. What are the upcoming opportunities you think of key importance that would maybe give us more of a shortcut to the inclusion of renewable energy in the whole process of food security and agriculture? Starting with you, Wilson.
No, thank you, Najla. I'm not sure it will be that shortcut, but I think we need to engage more in multi-stakeholder platforms that bring governments, private sector, logistics people, the consumers, shops, everyone together to really discuss the topic and work around business models that work on funds flow. Then we also need a lot of capacity building for the farmers themselves, for enterprises in the renewable energy sector, and the other players. I'll pass on to the colleagues.
So multilateral platforms and capacity building. Okay, Gietra. What are the opportunities you see of key importance for, I mean, the whole international community, citizens, public companies to focus on in the near future?
So what are the key things?
Yeah.
So the key things, well, it's important to raise awareness, community engagement to understand their needs, have more cross-sectoral collaboration, which we are doing now. We will continue doing more of it in the future at IRENA. Again, just really, I think when we focus on sustainable food systems, it's really important that this definition includes renewable energy, that sustainable food systems must be powered by renewable clean energy.
Interesting. So awareness and cross-road relations. Stephen.
Okay, so I mean, well, some of the things that I should have kept some of those things that I said for this question, right, the last one, but I'll try and add some new ones. I think decentralization is very important.
Again? Decentralization.
Decentralization. In particular of energy to remote rural areas. We're seeing some great technologies, some interesting trends in that regard, and it's very important to continue with that and to capitalize on that momentum, to decentralize. So off-grid, just to be clear. I mean off-grid energy. It'll be very beneficial due to a number of reasons. The other one is that we to capture the ability to innovate. What we call a step change in the graph. So not a linear progression, but a step change. Somebody invents something new, and this again is most of the technological advancements in every field have come through inventions, through step changes. So that is another one that I believe will be equally important in this area. And the last, I suppose, is again resilience at a community level, right? To increase the resilience of communities, so farming communities, smallholder communities. And that would be my last recommendation, Najla.
Interesting. So decentralization and resilience.
Exactly.
With this, I would like to thank the panelists for being with us today. It was very efficient, I think, and quick to come up with some lessons that the whole audience should be maybe valuing for the near futures and for our collective work for the decades to come. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you.
As we conclude the day here at Global Food Week 2025, one message resonates with us through every session. Collaboration is the true ingredient for change. Thank you to all our speakers, panelists, moderators, and guests for your insight and energy. شكراً لكم جميعاً ومع السلامة.